Did you find?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Councilmember Tony Bloomberg, and I'm serving as the presiding officer this evening in the absence of Mayor Rodering. Mayor Rodering and I have had an opportunity to discuss the agenda this evening previously this week. I'm pleased to call to order the Highland Park City Council meeting of Monday, September 11th, 2023. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ross. Here. Councilmember Hubler.
Present.
Councilmember Tapia.
Present.
Councilmember Littwer.
Present.
Councilmember Stone. Here. Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
Present, we have a quorum. Would everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we proceed further, today marks 22 years since the terror attacks of September 11th, 2001, which forever changed our nation. Let us pause for a moment of silence in memory of those who were killed on that day in New York City, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C., and in honor of the first responders who so valiantly answered the call for aid. Thank you. Let us now proceed with approval of the minutes from the regular City Council meeting held on August 21st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Do we need a roll call for that? I can't remember.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carries 6-0. May I have a motion to approve the warrant list?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Ross. Aye. Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littwer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone. Aye. Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
Aye. 6 ayes and no nays. The warrant list is approved. Under the report of the mayor has no appointments this evening. She has several proclamations. We have 3. I'll be starting with the Hispanic Heritage Month. September 15th through October 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrating the achievements, histories, cultures, and contributions of Americans whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. We are delighted that for the first time, this year's proclamation in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month will be read in Spanish and English. I'm going to invite Library Director Heidi Smith to read the proclamation in Spanish after I read the English version. National Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated in the United States from September 15th to October 15th. The observance was first introduced in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Johnson and was expanded by President Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period. And whereas the Hispanic community accounted for half of the nation's population growth in the past decade, whereas by the year 2050 it is expected that 30% of our nation will be of Hispanic descent, and whereas the Hispanic community represents a diverse multicultural mosaic, and whereas in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month, the City of Highland Park is pleased to celebrate the Hispanic and Latino AX community throughout our city, and whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the history, traditions, and cultures of the Hispanic and Latina, and Latinx residents in Highland Park, we admire the invaluable ways they contribute to our city by bringing rich diversity, contributions, and growth to our community. And whereas we commemorate this month by recognizing and dedicating ourselves to working together to address the challenges that still face our Hispanic and Latino, Latina, and Latinx population, and whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we reaffirm that diversity and inclusion is one of our community's greatest strengths. Now, therefore, Nancy R. Rodering, Mayor of the City of Highland Park, and the City Council of the City of Highland Park do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2023, and urge each citizen to recognize and celebrate our Hispanic and Latino, Latina, and Latinx community.
Reconocimiento del mes de herencia hispana. Considerado que el mes nacional de la herencia hispana se celebra en los Estados Unidos del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre. La observancia se introdujo por primera vez en 1968 como Semana de la Herencia Hispana bajo el presidente Johnson y fue ampliada por el presidente Reagan en 1988 para cubrir un periodo de 30 días. Y, considerando que la comunidad hispana representó la mitad de crecimiento de la población de la nación en la última década, y considerando que para el año 2050 se espera que el 30% de nuestra nación sea de ascendencia hispana, y considerando que la comunidad hispana representa un mosaico multirracial diverso, y considerando que, en honor al Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, la ciudad de Highland Park se complace en celebrar a la comunidad hispana y latino, latina, latinx en toda nuestra ciudad. Y considerando que el mes de la herencia hispana celebra la historia, las tradiciones y las culturas de los residentes hispanos y latinos, latinas y latinx en Highland Park. Admiramos las invaluables formas en las que contribuyen a nuestra ciudad, aportando rica diversidad, contribuciones y crecimiento a nuestra comunidad. Y por lo tanto, conmemoramos este mes reconociendo y dedicándonos a trabajar juntos para abordar los desafíos que aún enfrentan nuestra población de hispanos y latinos, latinas, latinx. Y por lo tanto, durante el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, reafirmamos que la diversidad y la inclusión son una de las mayores fortalezas de nuestra comunidad. Ahora, por lo tanto, Nancy R. Rotering, alcaldesa de la ciudad de Highland Park, junto al Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Highland Park, proclama y pide que cada ciudadano reconozca y celebre el mes de la herencia hispana y celebre a la comunidad latina, Latinx desde el día 15 de septiembre al día 15 de octubre del 2023.
Thank you. Gracias.
De nada.
May I present you with the proclamation? And I will add that the city's new values statement indicates that it is a priority for us to seek out opportunities to learn about and celebrate the cultural heritage of our neighbors. There are many such opportunities this month to spotlight the Hispanic and Latinx community. Please visit cityhpil.com to learn more about these family-friendly events. Did you wish to add anything?
No, thank you.
Okay.
That was amazing.
Thanks very
Thank
much.
you.
Next is the mayor's proclamation regarding National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, an opportunity to raise awareness around those affected by suicide and reduce the stigma surrounding this important topic. It is vital that we learn to identify the warning signs of suicide and how to connect at-risk individuals with appropriate care. Free and confidential help is available 24/7 via phone, text, or online services by dialing the National Suicide Prevention Hotline at 988. Whereas September is known as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, which helps promote resources and awarenesses around the issues of suicide prevention, it teaches how to help others and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, or background, and whereas suicide is the third leading cause of death among young people, and whereas Highland Park is no different than any other community in this country, but chooses to publicly state and place our full support behind local educators, mental health professionals, athletic coaches, teachers, and parents as partners in supporting our community in simply being available to one another. And whereas local and national organizations like Suicide Prevention Services are on the front lines of a battle that many still refuse to discuss in public, and whereas the youth of our community should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all fighting our own battles. And whereas I encourage all residents to regularly take the time to inquire as to the well-being of their family, friends, and neighbors, and to genuinely convey their appreciation for their existence by any gesture they deem appropriate. Now, therefore, Nancy Rotering, Mayor of the City of Highland Park, does hereby proclaim September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and urge the residents to learn about available resources and how to talk about suicide without the risk of harm. I'm pleased to invite Miriam Smith Taylor of NAMI Lake County and Gabriella Stroben, I'm sure I'm butchering that, of the Jocelyn Center to accept the proclamation and share some information about important support services available from their organizations.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much. It is an honor for me to be here. As you indicated, I am part of the National Alliance of Mental Illness, and it is a national organization with state affiliates and local affiliates as well. This is some of the information that if you want to take a picture of that and, keep for you. It shows our information as far as email and our website. So what does NAMI do? Oops. Sorry, we'll keep it there. Okay. What NAMI offers is we advocate, we educate, and we support. We have services such as family-to-family classes, and that is for families who want to learn more about what happens during a crisis, before a crisis, and after crisis care. We offer it familia familia for our Spanish-speaking community. I'm bicultural as well, so I teach both the English and the Spanish classes. I can relate to the suicide prevention. I am also on the Suicide Prevention Task Force. NAMI Illinois is having their conference October 21st and 22nd in Moraine Valley, and you can find more information on that. It is so important for our community in general, not just our Latinx community, Hispanic community, all our community, to break the stigma. And that is what NAMI does on a local level, grassroots level, state level, and national, and now international. We're going international because there are countries that are also suffering. People suffer in silence. People in corporations suffer in silence. I am one of those people, and I can relate to, I'm a survivor of suicide, and I lost a niece on June 25th, 2018. And so this issue covers all races, all socioeconomic, all religions. It touches everyone. So the message that we sent out is, you are not alone, and it's okay not to be okay. So wherever you're at, corporate, whatever levels, especially now, I think we all need that little space where we feel safe to talk about it, and NAMI offers that. So I am very pleased and honored that we have the City of Highland Park honoring this and giving us an opportunity to speak more so on this such important month. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baylor, can I give you one of these proclamations? I'll save the other one for the... Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriela Stroben, and I'm the Community Engagement Manager with Jocelyn. I will talk briefly about our services. That's my information. If you guys want to take a picture, it's my email and my 2 phones. And this is all our services. We have a mental health care. We divide it in 3 services. That is the clinical services. That we have therapists. We have psychiatrists over there, supporting employment and walk-in clinic in our Northfield location. We also specialize in adolescents and teens programs. We have CAMNICA, that is the ages are between 7 to 16 years old, and intensive outpatient therapy for teens for 12 to 18 years old. We also have a peer support. This is all our support groups. We just have 15 support groups. That is amazing, and I will just mention some of them. Adult, grief and loss, parenting, young, children's, art, LGBTQIA+, for teens and adults. And one that is, I love this one because this one is like for all the people who come to this country and they don't know where belong. And the name to the support group is Ni de aquí ni de allá, is in English will be neither here nor there. This is for all the people who come to this country and they still, looking and try to figure it out where they belong. I will talk a little bit about our community programs. We have two community programs. One is the social services. That is, we have three in there. Is the living room, the adult drop-in Nuestro Centro that is in Highwood. That is a Latino, like social services. And we also do a training and education. We provide mental health first aid in different organizations, schools, and also to non-profit organizations around Lake and Cook County. Now this house to access to Jocelyn, you can see that phone number over there. We do have staff that are speak English, Spanish, and Arabic. And you can also see our website. You will find a lot of information with more details about everything and all our services and programs. Now we talk about our location. Jocelyn have 9 locations in Lake and Cook County. 4 of them are in Northfield. We also have in Northbrook, that is our headquarters, in Waukegan, in Highwood, in Highland Park, and very soon in Grace Lake. We have 2 events that are coming, and this one is Cocktail Fracas. It's in October 12th at 6:30 at the Sunset Ridge Country Club in Northfield. And the next one is our open house in our office in Highland Park in November 1st. It's going to be at 9 in the morning to 10, and it's going to be, it's in 777 Central. It's right next door to Sunset Foods. I hope that you guys can join us and learn a little bit our programs and services, and especially that we're very close here in Highland Park. So you guys are all invited. And if you need my information, I will be here, and I will be happy to provide you more details, more info about our services. Thank you so much.
Ms. Trovin, may I? Thank you. Next proclamation is Banned Books Week. Banned Books Week was launched in 1982 in response to a sudden surge in the number of challenges to books in libraries, schools, and bookstores. Banned Books Week brings together librarians, booksellers, publishers, journalists, and readers of all ages to celebrate the freedom to read. I'll read that proclamation. Banned Books Week. Whereas the role of libraries is to collect and make available diverse works and information reflective of many perspectives and lived experiences, and whereas Highland Park Public Library, the library, a component unit of the City of Highland Park, is committed to providing open access and allowing free inquiry and the approval of or advocacy for any topic or particular opinion. And whereas the library adheres to the American Library Association's longstanding Freedom to Read statement and Freedom to View statement, and whereas there have been renewed organized efforts to censor programs and remove materials from school and public libraries across the country, and whereas these challenge programs and materials are often elevating the voices and viewpoints of historically marginalized people, and whereas efforts to provide equitable and diverse programs and materials have, in some communities, been met with hate speech, protests, and threats, and whereas the library has a materials selection policy process that is fair, deliberative, equitable, and accessible to the public that is executed by trained professionals, now therefore Nancy R. Rodering, Mayor of the City of Highland Park, does hereby proclaim October 1 through 7, 2023 as Banned Books Week and urge all residents to read challenged books and stand in solidarity with public libraries as they face renewed and unprecedented efforts to limit access to books and resources. Lastly, under other business, oh, I'm sorry, yes. Thank you for coming back again. It is my pleasure to reintroduce Highland Park Public Library Executive Director Heidi Smith to accept the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. So on behalf of the Library Board of Trustees and the staff, I want to thank Mayor Rodering and the council for recognizing Banned Books Week. Banned Books Week is an annual affirmation of our freedom to read. It was created in response to a surge in the number of book challenges experienced across the nation. Through Banned Books Week, we support the freedom to seek ideas, even those some may consider unorthodox or unpopular. It is the library's purpose to provide access to diverse works, reflective of many perspectives, so that each of us may decide for ourselves what we think and participate in our democracy as informed citizens. By focusing on efforts across the country to remove and restrict access to books, Banned Books Week draws national attention to the harms of censorship. To learn more, you could join us at the library and complete a Banned Books reading challenge this October, reading banned books to be entered into a prize drawing. You could also attend a Zoom panel discussion, Book Challenges on the Rise, Support Your Freedom to Read, held on Monday, October 2nd at 7 p.m. The panel includes authors of challenged books, as well as Alexi Janulius, Illinois Secretary of State, and state librarian. How many of you knew he was the state librarian, too? Please register via the library's website at www.hplibrary.org. If you would like to receive this information direct to your email inbox, at the bottom of our homepage, you can register for our e-newsletter. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you. Now, on to other business. Other business includes the Sinise Foundation recognition. Highland Park is Gary Sinise's hometown community. When Gary received word of the Highland Park shooting on July 4th, 2022, he immediately felt the need to reach out and help. Gary visited the police and fire departments after the incident to provide his support and the support of the Sinise Foundation. He and the Lieutenant Dan Band performed a live concert on July 4th, 2023, promoting the community to come together, heal, and uplift each other 1 year following the shooting. That same week, the Sinise Foundation once again provided support to the community by gifting $20,000 to the police department and $20,000 to the fire department. That funding will be used for vital equipment, allowing the police and fire department to better serve the community. We are truly grateful for the incredible support demonstrated by the Sinise Foundation. Thank you. Okay, we have a fairly ambitious agenda this evening, so let's get at it. Is there any business from the City Council? Is there any business from city staff?
Yes, just two reports this evening. First, just to bring to the council and the public's attention is our live stream on our website is currently not working, although we are live streaming this meeting on Facebook as well as YouTube. We are also recording this meeting, and it will be available by playback on the city's website by the end of the week. And then the second report is included in the packet is an overview of the city's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget, which begins January 1. Certainly, as the council knows, the city's budget is our principal policy document. It sets forth the mission, objectives of the city, our greatest priorities, our financial policies. It really is a good read. We have an executive summary if you don't want to read all 1,000 pages. But included in the agenda for this meeting this evening is a high-level overview of the proposed budget. So we do encourage the public to take a look at that and contact us if you have any questions. The staff report also includes our next steps with the budget process, which includes posting the proposed budget to the city's website by the end of October. And then in November, we have a public hearing for the budget, as well as the proposed adoption of the budget, as well as the tax levy. And if there are any questions, Director Logan is also here, as well as all of our department directors. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Yes.
Gita, can you just reiterate for the public what our 5 priority pillars are?
Yes, absolutely. And you can see they're updated there, although it is rather small. So one of the first steps that we do as part of the budget process, which begins in May, is to review with the city council the city's mission and priorities. And these really serve as the foundation as we continue to move forward in the upcoming fiscal year. So the mission is posted in all public buildings. We regularly review it as a council, staff, and share it with the public. And then again, the priorities serve as a foundation for everything that we do that moves forward. So when you take a look at the budget, all the initiatives really fall in one or more of these buckets. And so those are priorities are fiscal stability, public safety, infrastructure investment. We added 2 new ones, which is sustainability and economic development. And you'll see they're on the bottom of every PowerPoint and again, posted throughout the city.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, now we're going to address business from the public. Anybody who wishes to speak on an issue not on the agenda tonight, hello. I ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, as is our custom.
Good evening, one and all. My name is Ann Flanagan-Bassey. I moved to Highland Park in 1973, and I found that this caring community to be my home then and through the decades. Highland Park is a little unique in Lake County. We have both extreme ends of the economic spectrum, but in our community, it's kind of unique in the North Shore and Lake County. In our community, the people who are doing well genuinely care about their neighbors who are in need of additional resources or a little help to get along. With 22% of our elementary students in Highland Park and Highwood qualifying for free and reduced lunch for federal free and reduced lunch based on their family income, and with over 150 units of senior affordable housing, food insecurity and additional resources are needed in our community. I was saddened by the viral meanness that exploded last week over the poverty simulation. We had one of our Moraine Township trustees had attended one of these events somewhere else in the county and found it to be very enlightening and helpful. But perhaps the name could have a better describe the intent, or the name of the facility could be a little better. But I remain puzzled that uninterested and unrelated people feel the need to be mean toward well-meaning people trying to learn how to better help their neighbors. I wish to express my appreciation to the Alliance for Human Services, to Family Focus, to the Highland Park Community Foundation, and to the city for their efforts on behalf of our residents. I am sad beyond words that unconnected and unrelated people demean your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carl Lambrecht. I'm a resident of Highland Park since 1970. We have Stoopy Cabin around the corner from here. Stoopy Cabin had 8 children. These 8 children lived comfortably in that little cabin. They didn't have any of the facilities that we have here. No electricity, no running water, just a simple farm people, and they lived quite well. Now, on the other hand, a nun made a discussion in front of Congress. She pointed out that the country is extremely poor because it's killing its unborn by dismemberment, abortion. That's extremely cruel, cutting off arms and legs. This is called something that people think they should be. It's reminiscent of our slave time. When we had slavery, some people said slavery is good. It's good for the slaves. I disagreed then. I disagree now for killing babies. I think it's time that Highland Park become a sanctuary city for the unborn. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody, we're not going to have applause during the agenda. Thank you. We have a long agenda and we need to get through it. Is there any other business from the public on matters not on our agenda?
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Wall, Highland Park resident for 3 years as of today. Hearty congratulations to you. With regards to virtue signaling, our City of Highland Park's elite public servants are leading the way. I was horrified to learn we are now a global laughingstock because of your most recent taxpayer-funded debacle, the poverty simulation event planned for last Saturday. After thousands of negative comments on Facebook and being mocked in the global news cycle, I guess we lowly tax-paying residents were fortunate that you pulled the plug. However, I'm sure the money was already thrown away, and I guess I'll FOIA that to find out. My favorite feature of this event was participants are put into situations in which they do not have enough resources and are forced to make difficult choices that can negatively impact them and their families. So that's my family every day living in the reality of 2023, and I don't think I'm alone. The average family is spending $700 more a month than we were in 2020 on basic necessities like groceries, gas, and utilities. To add insult to injury, city homeowners just received our new Lake County property tax assessments with market increases, many like mine well over purchase price. Most of your residents don't have the luxury that you do of taxpayer-funded health insurance. For a family of 3, our family will pay $2,500 for premiums alone in September, which for us represents an increase of 63% over August. For small businesses, which are the backbone of our downtown, Illinois is leading the country in small business revenue decline, with 61% of our small businesses losing revenue in August, according to a survey by the small business network Alignable. One of our small businesses today called her landlord, major real estate company that owns 17 buildings in Highland Park. They told her the commercial occupancy rate is less than 65%, with no growth since 2020. So we resident taxpayers are certainly on the hook for quite a revenue shortfall. Instead of being good stewards of our money, you threw it away in a virtue signaling poverty party, when really you could have just called me. I would have given you my time for free. What we want from you, number 1, a public apology to your residents and anyone offended by your attempt at poverty cosplay, and the immediate creation of a task force to both bring business back to Highland Park and assist existing business with their revenue growth and hiring needs. In the future, instead of expensive and humiliating virtue signaling, perhaps implementing common sense initiatives with measurable results that positively impact your community would be a better idea. In other words, I do think it's time for you to do your job. Thank you.
So in response to some of those comments, I'm going to direct attention to the city manager, but before I do that, I want to make it clear that this was not a program presented by the City of Highland Park. Secondly, none of us receive taxpayer-funded health care. Nobody on the city council gets health care through their position on the city council. We get it privately like everybody else. With respect to the remainder of that, I'm going to allow the city manager to respond briefly.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Bloomberg. We shared concerns that were brought to our attention with the Alliance for Human Services, which is a Lake County-based organization that facilitates these programs in our area so that they may share it with the program developers. The city was a partner agency along with several other community partners as well. And our role was to provide the facility because it needed a large venue space. And so we did make our property available for this purpose. But aside from the staff time in reviewing the flyer and posting it on our e-news and social media, there was no direct expenses related to offering this simulation event at our property. We did receive a number of questions about the name of the Highland Park Country Club, and we are in the process right now of going through possible renovation plans for the country club. Those costs are included in the fiscal year '24 budget. The property is currently used as our senior center, and it also includes meeting space. And we have heard numerous times over the years the request from the public to update that facility just because it's extremely outdated. And so, again, we have plans in the upcoming year as part of the renovation for the senior center and to also look at a possible name change because it is no longer being used as a country club and golf facility. So that process is going to be underway in the fourth quarter and again into next year. And again, we do believe that this is an established program to help individuals understand the wide-ranging consequences of economic insecurity, and it was very well received by a number of different partner agencies.
With respect to the occupancy rate in our downtown, the figure of a 65% vacancy rate was just stated. We've had discussions about that openly in open public meetings over the last year or so. The occupancy rate, as I recall, is closer to approximately 30% or less.
Well, so again, we get our data from...
Vacancy rate, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we get our data
Significantly
from
different.
CoStar, so it looks at the totality of the community, and the vacancy rate, 7.9%. And so I would be interested in where that figure came from. That's incorrect from the data that we receive.
Thank you.
And which is better than the regional average in terms of overall occupancy and growth.
Thank you. Your turn.
Hi, thank you.
Could you state your name? And
Yes, my name is Emily Prazak. I'm a resident of Highland Park. I'm also lucky enough to be a youth baseball coach, and I've coached the last 4 years for our park district. I've got 8 seasons under my belt, and I love it. So the majority of our games and a lot of our practices are at Sunset Park. And I could tell you over the summer, I noticed a lot of things. Like we're constantly at the baseball fields at Sunset, constantly. I have a 10-year-old, he's been playing for a long time too. I started to notice the kids with the black hoodies, the black pants, and the black masks hanging out. And at first it was just by the skate park, but now it's like by the swings and stuff like that too. And just based upon conversations that I've had with people in the community, I'm like extremely concerned. I'm glad we've got this police officer who can hear this concern in here. The unfortunate shooting that happened on Green Bay Road, those children are somehow affiliated with this black mask, black hoodie wearing group. I don't know what they are. But I can tell you, like, I've seen more and more and more, and it's enough to catch your eye because it's 80 degrees, and you've got these teenagers wearing black hoodies, black pants, and a black mask. And it looks like somewhat of like a black surgical mask. I've contacted the police and asked some questions, but it wasn't really offered a lot of information. We have to know something about this. Like the school teachers, they have to be seeing something. You know, it's very bizarre, and I feel like if we don't address this soon, it's going to be out of control. Like, I feel like based upon conversations that I've had, right? So other residents' observations, like, this is not a friendly group. This is an aggravated, somewhat violent group, and according to one of the deceased young boy's old neighbors, that he was involved with this black mask, black hoodie, black pants group, and I'm very concerned.
so what you're addressing is more an issue of a staff issue and a policing issue. The city council is not really directly in charge of that. We do have the chief of police here tonight, if you wish to speak with him.
But we all need to acknowledge that this is in our community, and part of your job as the city council is to acknowledge the concerns of the residents of your community. Absolutely, it is.
I hear that.
This is
I
a
do
little on you.
acknowledge that.
And, you know, while we're dealing with this poverty stuff that everyone seems to be so obsessed with talking about now, we've got this group that's going to become out of control, and I'd hate to be here a year from now and we have more dead children.
Councilmember Bloomberg, I can address if you don't mind.
Sure.
So thank you for coming this evening and sharing your concerns. So Chief Jogman is in the back, and perhaps after he can talk to you one-on-one and address your specific concerns. For public information, just a couple things I'd like to highlight. So one, we do work very closely with the Park District, who owns and manages all the parks. as well as with partner agencies such as Lake County State's Attorney's Office, Lake County Sheriff, City of Highwood, and other partner agencies as well on the topic of public safety as well as other initiatives. We are planning a presentation at a committee of the whole meeting on, tentatively right now, on October 10th. The chief and our staff is going to be talking about police department programs, services, initiatives. So we'll talk about different things that we are doing, kind of what the climate is in Highland Park as well as the region area. So that's a topic that I think you would be interested in.
definitely.
We will communicate that publicly via our e-news as well as social media and other communication modalities. And our committee of the whole is not live streams, but it's available on playback as well. So if people are interested in watching it after, they can certainly do that. And I think that may address some of your questions at that time. But for right now, Chief can take you aside and talk to you one-on-one.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I just I don't want anyone else's children to get involved in something when it's just not necessary to begin with.
I want to be clear. I am concerned about what you're saying. I
Yeah.
thought I may have misunderstood the reason for your addressing us and wanted to be sure to put you in touch with the chief.
Yeah,
So
I think
I
everyone's level
appreciate
of
your coming
awareness
forward.
Needs to be on high alert for something that could turn into something devastating for
Thank you.
families. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else on a topic not on this evening's agenda? Okay. We're going to move on to, I'm sorry. Got a few more. Before you speak, if anybody else wishes to address the city council on a matter not on the agenda, let me ask you if you would stand up so I don't inadvertently miss you. Just stand against the wall and wait in line if you would. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashby Beasley. I'm a local resident, and I think it's actually great that Emily brought that up because we in Highland Park here are currently at an intersection of poverty, racism, and violence. All these things are interconnected, and that's why this city council was working with organizations to do a poverty simulation, because all of these things go back to the root of these issues. So I know that people came here, there were some people who was put online to come and criticize the poverty simulation, but I did not hear any of the critics talking about the organizations that were involved in creating this. So I thought I would bring it back there because I think this is really important. The people who were sponsors, the organizations that were sponsors of the poverty simulation, are Family Focus. They have been helping low-income and minority families since 1983. They offer life enrichment services for children that start at the prenatal stage and continue at the age of 18. They offer early childhood, youth development, and family support programs right here in Highland Park. They help families. They've been doing it for decades. They are incredible. The Highland Park Community Foundation, they raise money for survivors and victims of the mass shooting. Their mission is to envision an all-inclusive, well-rounded, and vibrant community where residents' lives are enriched through their philanthropic efforts. They've been doing this since 1992. And one of the other co-sponsors of this event was the Moraine Township. And for anyone in here who doesn't know, that's the food pantry. So they were established in 1850. They have been feeding people in this community for 173 years. These are the organizations that people in our community called tone deaf. This is where we're at as a community. We are broken. We have a huge wealth divide. We have children that talk about racism in the schools, in the high schools. We have instances of gun violence. And this city council is working to try and get to the root of this problem. What she's talking about, the kids and all of this, these are all interconnected issues. We should not be sitting here and criticizing these efforts. This program has been renowned across the country. They did it in Lake Forest, where no one had a problem with the name. No one had an issue with the name till it came here, where our neighbors want to argue about optics. So I made something for you guys. I want you guys to all pull out your phone, if you guys would be willing to pull out your phones for a second and go in your web browser. I created something, go ahead, it's called HP. It's the letter H, the letter P, and the word cares.com. And I made this page for everybody because these organizations were going to be able to be part of this poverty simulation to share with you all of the resources that they give people in this community in the hopes that some of you would donate your time and money and help them to continue doing these resources. So if you go to that page, it's hp.cares.com. cares.com. It has links to all of these organizations, and I would encourage you guys to all go there and donate your money. Since they didn't get the attention from our community that they should have gotten, now you guys have the ability to go and help them to keep doing this incredible work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jolene Doherty. I'm a Highland Park resident. Despite popular belief, Highland Park has residents that are low income, no income, living paycheck to paycheck. Some of them may be domestic violence victims, lost their job, have health issues, elderly, lived on fixed income, or in need. Not everyone is rich here. Perhaps the city needs to look into their own training, since many of your policies have been driving residents into worse financial situations or forcing them to have to leave. During the COVID 2019 lockdowns, we had business closures, job losses, health issues, forcing people already short-staffed in their businesses to extend themselves even further due to some of your policies. During the July 4th, 2022 mass shooting, we had street closures force those same businesses to close again. We had citizens that were killed or injured, suffered trauma. The media took over our town, and we had to keep reliving it over and over again. And people didn't want to come here after that. Children were impacted. We all were impacted. We've had an increase in crimes, thefts, burglaries, carjackings, vandalisms, assaults, violence, gangs, shootings, and even people getting killed here. Have you considered that maybe if you change some of your policies, your taxes, that you wouldn't drive people into more financial hardship during times when we're already suffering from these events, the downturn in the economy, price increases, inflation, fewer businesses, some of them have moved or closed, laid off, or even are hiring fewer people. Why are you doing these policies? Like, have you even really looked into some of them? For example, you say you have affordable housing, but then you allow the developers to buy out of doing a certain percentage of affordable housing here. So you don't actually even have these new buildings going up with affordable housing. You have real estate transfer taxes that are charged to people that already own the current property and are just trying to get somebody off of the deed, but yet you're charging them again when they already paid the transfer tax in the first place. And maybe some of those situations aren't the greatest situations, like somebody is in a domestic violence situation where, their spouse is on the deed and, it's not exactly a great situation. There's been increases in property taxes here. We already pay the second highest property taxes in the country. Just from last year to this year, some people in this community have now gotten 17 to 20% increases on their property taxes, which is absurd. So, again, and then you have other taxes here with your gas tax and things like that are, higher than other places. So I'm asking you to reconsider some of your policies and maybe help people out here locally so you're not pushing them out of the community.
Thank you. Manager Newkirk, I understand you have some responses to that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Doherty. And perhaps if you could provide your contact information to Erin Jason, she's our Assistant City Manager. We'd love the opportunity to follow up with you one-on-one just to talk specifically about these policies and others that you mentioned that we could take a look at. But just since we have an audience here, I just want to take this moment just to talk about just a couple of things just for public information. So one, the city's affordable housing program is truly looked at as a leading program across the region, definitely, probably even the state. So affordable housing program consists of a couple of different things. So one, in terms of new development, developers have to provide a certain amount of inclusionary housing units within that development. And the inclusionary housing is a good thing because we have affordable housing units mixed in with market rate housing, so that's good. There is a buyout program, but that buyout option puts that money back into the Housing Trust Fund, which is used for affordable housing purposes. And so although there is that buyout option, again, it all goes towards that affordable housing program. In Highland Park, yes, of course, in Highland Park. So that's one component of it. We have a wealth of information on our website, as well as affordable housing properties and our partner agency, which is Community Partners for Affordable Housing, which serves as our agent on this important topic. And then the other thing is the property taxes. So the city of Highland Park, as a government entity, actually has the lowest property tax among everyone in the region. Now, we understand when you live in Highland Park, you're not paying just to the city, but you're paying to other taxing bodies. And so we totally recognize that. But that portion that the city controls is about 8% of the total bill. And we work so diligently to keep that as low as possible. And so we do that by diversifying our revenue stream and always looking at ways that we can keep that property tax rate as low as possible. But when we compare what you're paying to the city of Highland Park compared to other neighboring communities, in terms of just that government entity, ours is the lowest in the region. And so we'll continue to do our part. Now, most of your taxes goes to the schools, and the schools don't have means to really diversify their revenue stream. And so that's why the bulk of an individual's property tax bill is going to the school district, which makes sense in that regard. But happy to look at the other things, real estate transfer tax, and you've mentioned other things. We'd be pleased to have a conversation with you and appreciate you taking the time to share this information with us.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Tapia, you want to do?
Yeah, just a nuance on the buyout. The buyout is very limited. You know, you can't buy out all your commitments to the physical units in the building. So, and we actually like having some cash so that we can buy homes, actually, so we can house, families in standalone homes. So it gives us flexibility to diversify our housing stock and provide more affordable housing in different ways.
Thank you. Councilmember
Thank you.
Ross, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman Bloomberg. I wanted to add that, to echo what Gita said, that we are a leader in inclusionary housing in, I think, the nation probably, and that money, the fee in lieu, is leveraged, as far as I know, it's leveraged with other money where it grows to, I think, and City Council just increased that amount, the fee in lieu, not that long ago, and it's leveraged with other monies to become really substantial, for building new homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Affordable unit homes.
Right.
Affordable, thank you.
Thank you.
Affordable homes.
Okay, if there are no more matters from the public on matters not on the agenda, let's move to the omnibus bill. Items 1 through 9 have been grouped together for consideration.
I will move to approve 1 through 9 with 1 as amended.
Second.
Go ahead.
I have a question on number 9, which I asked, I think it was number 9, right? Oh, no, that wasn't the right one, never mind. Number 8, we had discussed. Yes. Was there any updates on that, on number 8?
Number 8 is the resolution approving a special license agreement between the city and the Lake County Forest Preserve.
For Walker Avenue parking lot?
Perhaps if you want to pull that, and then we can discuss it.
I would like to pull that then.
So I'm going to change my motion to be, to approve items 1 through 1 as amended, 2 through 7, and 9.
Second is approved.
And if I may, just to clarify, and again, it could be part of the motion, the amendment specifically for number 1 pertain to 2 changes. So section 1B is the stipend, which struck the specific dollar amount, and each year the amount of funding to sister cities shall be determined by the mayor and council. And then the second was just a blank that was left on section 4C pertaining to facility use, and that change requests city provide 30, or the sister cities provide the city a minimum of 30-day notice if they'd like to use a city facility for their meeting.
Thank you. So just to clarify, this is a motion to approve 1 as amended, 2 through 7 and 9 of the omnibus bill. May I have the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
Aye. That's 6 ayes, no nays. That motion carries. With respect to number 8, do we need a presentation, or do you just want to address?
It's
the
actually a really simple thing in relationship to the parking. They are requesting that the parking gate be shut at sunset, and with the parking issues we are having in the forest preserves, I think that is a mistake, and we need to push to make that later. Even if the park closes at sunset, to have people have to be back to their cars at that point is going to probably cause them to park in residential areas.
And so,
Yeah, they
if
have-
I may?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Hubler. So I did talk to Ty Kovac, who's Executive Director of Lake County Forest Preserve District, pertaining to this matter, and did ask for their consideration to modify the gate closure to 1 hour after closure, just again to give that flexibility. What he indicated is because they do manage just numerous thousands of acres of property throughout the county, their recommendation is to keep their policies in place. But in response to your specific concern, what he indicated is when their staff is closing all the gates, if there is a car in the parking lot, they will go and look for that party to, one, make sure that brings it to their attention that the property is closing. But they close the gate just so no additional vehicles can come in, and then they clear and they sweep the site to make sure that it's safe and everyone is exited.
Councilmember Stone?
That addresses my question. I was also wondering if somebody were not quite at their vehicle yet. Some of the Park District facilities, the entrance gate is locked at dusk, but the exit gate remains open so that people can get out, for example, of the beach parking lot or the marine parking lot. So that would address that issue. Thank you.
May I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second, as is.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for number 8 on the omnibus bill. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
Aye. That's 6 ayes and no nays. Number 8 carries. Okay, we're on to other business, and before we address that, I'm going to read a statement into the record. Pursuant to Section 150.1815 of the City Code, amendments to Article 18 of the Zoning Code indicate the City Council shall set notice and conduct a public hearing prior to officially amending Article 18. I will now call to order a public hearing to amend Article 18 of the zoning ordinance to incorporate the July 11, 2023 Lake County amendments to the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Here.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Oh, we're starting a new meeting.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Presiding
Present.
Officer Bloomberg.
Here.
It's the
One
hearing.
quick,
Yes, please.
one quick question. So
I'm sorry.
are we?
No, it's
It
okay.
was- Yeah.
It was here.
Eyes are recorded as here. It's fine.
Okay.
Right.
So I just want to clarify, Councilmember Bloomberg, that you, or Presiding Officer Bloomberg, that we're just skipping ahead to item 12, and we'll go back to 10 and 11 on the agenda.
That helps.
You could open the public hearing and keep it open.
Let's do that. I'm sorry, I thought this was supposed to precede all of this. Why don't I complete this? It won't hurt anything to do.
Right.
Corporation Counsel, is that acceptable?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Complete it, that's fine.
Then I'm going to declare the public hearing open. I will now turn the public hearing over to Director of Public Works, Ron Bannon. Actually, I'm going to do that later for the staff presentation. So before we get to that, we're going to address the sustainability plan update and discuss plan approval. Is there a staff presentation?
We have a presentation from our consultant, Kelly Sheldon.
Does anybody need a presentation? Otherwise, I can take a motion.
The plan is included in the packet, has been reviewed and recommended by the Sustainability Advisory Group, and happy to entertain any questions you have. And again, we do want to introduce Kelly Shelton, who's the city's consultant.
Yes, Councilmember Tapia.
Yeah, given that we did read the plan, I think there's I'd like to suggest for consideration that we, and technically, I don't know if we can call for two different votes, but let me just put it out there and you can clean up after me on this one legally. But one, there's an ambitious goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2035. And I, for one, am supportive of that, and I'm happy to see that there. The other part of it is actually approving the entirety of the plan. And I'm having hesitation about that, not because I don't think it's a plan full of good ideas and it's very well thought out, and I like a lot of it's there. It's just that because it's so substantive, and we only got it like 3 days ago as part of a 700-page packet for the rest of the agenda, I don't think as a legislator that I would be responsible, and I'll speak just for myself, to vote on the entirety of a plan where I have questions, I need clarification, and as well as I think there's some places where they could be more or less or whatever. And I don't feel that we've had the benefit as a city council to debate, discuss among ourselves, because there's some policy implications there that are very substantive and very important to consider. And it's a medium-length plan, for about 3 to 5 years. And I would really want to separate that from a consideration of declaring from a policy direction that we do want to be a city that wants to achieve carbon neutrality by 2035. So that's one concept there. I'd like to separate those two things and suggest that we have a committee of the whole where we can really talk the details of the plan further. And then we can debate that. And
Okay.
one other thing I just want to put on the table, I think back to the commitment to carbon neutral by 2030, I think there's a flaw in the metrics. We have an interim metric of 45% reduction by 2030 of greenhouse emissions, which is solid and good, and it's good to have a milestone metric. But the 2035 metric is about being carbon neutral, net neutral, right? And those are two different metrics. One is greenhouse reduction, and the other one is about net carbon neutral. So it kind of implies that we're going to be 45% reduction in greenhouse, which implies that by 2025 we'll have reduced 100% of greenhouse emissions. And that, a lot of lay people are going to make that assumption, and that's a promise I don't think we can make. But net neutral means that we can have offsets. We can reduce greenhouse emissions, we can do offsets, we can also maybe even produce clean energy through our public buildings and maybe residents, like one of our council members has a house that actually produces a surplus of energy that's green, right? So I think carbon neutrality, net neutrality is one thing, reducing greenhouse emissions is another, even though they're related. And in one sentence, we have greenhouse reductions by 45% and 100, zero carbon neutrality. We can't mix those things, and I think we need to kind of clean that up. I'm not against either one of those metrics, but I don't think they go together in the same sense.
Councilmember Stone?
I want to address some of that, but I want Kelly, our consultant, Kelly Shelton, to go ahead first, and then I can add on if needed. But can I introduce?
Well, before
Kelly?
I do that, I've got other people on the council
okay.
who may want to weigh in. I don't know if you want to do that now.
Let me say one quick thing then.
All right.
That the Sustainability Advisory Group has reviewed this plan in great detail. This is basically an outline of our sustainability work. And along with this, there's a spreadsheet version that talks about implementation steps and goes into much greater and more technical detail. But this is a 5-year plan. The previous plans were 3-year plans because we felt that we were always updating a plan rather than, being able to work towards the goals. So this provides a little bit more breathing room to have more goals and be working to implement those goals rather than always updating a plan. And as Councilmember Tapia mentioned, this includes the updated greenhouse gas reduction goals, which I think are terrific to have in here as part of the plan. Previously, they were sort of a separate thing because we had signed on to the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, and we have specific tasks within that to measure greenhouse gas emissions, to have a mitigation plan, and also to have greenhouse gas reduction goals and a plan for how to reach them. So putting it in here puts it sort of within our sustainability program. But I will let others speak and be happy to answer more questions.
Councilmember Littleworth.
Thank you, Councilmember. I too want to echo both what my colleagues have said in terms of the comprehensiveness of this. And I think because it is so expansive and is really looking forward and taking us to the next step from the 3-year to the 5-year, and frankly, looking ahead 15 years, I think it's really important that we as a council be fully informed. So I know that personally, I tried very hard to go through as much as I possibly could, but frankly, I do need the tutelage of the experts and the people who've worked in putting this together because there is so much to learn. But even knowing what we've done in very small measure just this year, one of the things that had worried me was, for example, some of the initiatives with permeable pavers. And at one of our last meetings, one of the things that was brought up was that we need to look into it more because it seemed that there might be a trend one way without having even really completely looked at options in terms of both maintenance, budgeting. And I just wanted to make sure that we were clear going forward on it. And instead, this sort of gave a recap of what we did, but it almost made it feel like this was going to be the way without taking into account some of those factors. So I just wanted to make sure I was on the record of saying that I wanted to make sure we looked into that more, as well as get a greater explanation so that we could accept this plan, because there seems to be a tremendous amount of work and vision that's gone into it, and I want to make sure we fully appreciate that, and that it encompasses the policies that this council really wants, because there are certain things that have come up along the way that I'd like to make sure we're studied.
Councilmember Hoopler.
I'd like to reiterate, I guess, some of that and add a couple more points. Number one, great job by the Sustainability Advisory Group getting this out, and I'm in particular thrilled with the longer terms and the big goals that were put out, in particular carbon net neutral by 2035. One thing that was pointed out early in this meeting is our 5 new pillars. One of those is environmental sustainability, and that really makes it akin to fiscal responsibility. And we spend a lot of time reviewing the budget, going over the details every year, multiple meetings, committee of the whole meetings, et cetera. And we need to put the same emphasis on environmental sustainability that we put on fiscal responsibility. And that means not just putting it in a report and rubber stamping it. It means actually talking about the items and figuring out the best ways to implement that as part of our policy. So I think we are not quite ready to do that at this point. I think a committee of the whole meeting to discuss these items, to really make sure everybody is on board with all the items, maybe even add to some of the items should be done before we are voting on this.
Anybody else? Okay, if you would go ahead and fill us in.
Thank you so much for having me. I am Kelly Shelton with Quercus Consulting. We are the sustainability consultant for Highland Park, working very closely with the Sustainability Advisory Group, very closely with the SAG. I appreciate all of the input, and this is very important to the process. A few things. Many times there is confusion with the language. Carbon neutrality, net zero, net neutrality. So I certainly understand the need to be very clear and possibly segment that portion. The good news is that the SAG comes together still this week, so we can have that conversation. I do want to raise very clearly Councilmember Stone's comment about the spreadsheet, because it's really important to understand that there are, first of all, in the back of the plan, we summarize in table form for you in case the plan itself seems like it's got a lot in there. The purpose in the back is to list all of those action items between 2020 and 22, and then list all the accomplishments and then all the action items for 2023 through 2027. So I hope that is helpful to you as you're moving through the document. But what goes with that document is what I call the SMART spreadsheet. And what it does is it takes all of those action items and puts them into very specific SMART goals so that we can better measure, so that we can be very clear about what each one of those points means. And I think seeing the two together, it's important to see the plan, to understand the vision and where we're going. But once you see them together, I think it will help. I also want to raise the importance of that longer-term goal. The SAG felt very strongly that looking at 2 years, 3 years, even 5 years is great, but to have that longer vision is important. First time hearing the concern about the pavers, so we'll certainly have some conversations. But I did want to raise those two things, the sheet that goes very specifically into what do we mean and how will we measure, who will be responsible for each one of those pieces, as well as this longer term goal. Important for our conversation later this week then will be specifically how we state that goal, making sure that it's crystal clear on what our intention is.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? So what I'm hearing is a preference to submit this to a fuller discussion of the committee of the whole, and that we may not have enough people to vote one way or the other this evening. Yes.
Well, I want to see if we can make a distinction. Maybe we can't. You know, it's one thing to make a declaration of intent, like carbon neutral by 2035. You know, President Kennedy said, you know, man on the moon by the end of the decade. It's a statement. And then after that, he charged the government and the scientists and NASA to make it happen, right? And it took a decade, and it happened. I would like to see if we can, you know, vote on that as a commitment, because we're clear. I mean, even though the language, I mean, the 2035 carbon neutral is already in the statement. It's just the interim goal. We don't have to even vote on the interim goal now. But we could, I wonder if we can just vote on the commitment to that carbon neutrality by then. And then say, part two is, let's have, what's the plan to get there? And that's a lot of detail. I love what Councilmember Hubler, how he characterized it as treated the same as, you know, fiscal stability with that kind of rigor. And then we give ourselves some time to then really look at all the details, because it's a multifaceted thing.
If you're amenable and if...
I'm sorry, I want to respond to that. I would have been prepared to vote on all of this favorably this evening, but I understand the desire to speak about some of the details in a committee of the whole discussion, and I think that would be helpful. But I don't think you can make an empty commitment until you understand what it entails, and I would not be in favor of simply making a policy declaration today, especially without the mayor present. I'd like to hear what she has to say about it. But I don't think that we can make a declaration that we can be carbon neutral or achieve a particular goal without understanding what that means specifically. We've done that in the past, and I think it's been pointed out that that has wound up achieving nothing, and we're trying to avoid that now. We're trying to do something concrete. So with that in mind, I guess the next question is from a legal standpoint, where would that leave us?
Well, if I could just add,
Sure.
Presiding Officer Bloomberg. So again, this is a sustainability plan very similar to our business development strategic plan. This is an evolving document that guides various different activities. So if the council is comfortable, I would suggest maybe take it the other way. I would suggest if you're comfortable having a sustainability plan with different components, adopt the plan this evening. And then as there are certain elements that we want to talk about in greater detail, such as greenhouse gas, we bring that at a committee of the whole meeting and focus on that specific topic, which is very similar to what we do with you adopted the business development strategic plan. We came back and talked specifically about incentives, but the whole plan sits there as a guide, in this case, for the next 5 years. So we could do it any way you like, but I just want to give you that option in terms of this is an evolving document that's going to just guide our efforts.
That would be my preference, because I'd like to get going and have something concrete up and running. Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, I like Gita's suggestion. We sort of took some time off from doing sustainability work during COVID because we were short-staffed and we had a lot of other things to deal with at that point. And I think that if we don't get a sustainability plan in place, that does limit our ability to put things on our work plan for next year and to really get moving. The other thing is, I want to mention that we just said that we didn't need a presentation. We've got staff and a consultant here to make a presentation. We said we needed more information about this plan. If we need more information about this plan, maybe we need to hear the presentation and have that conversation now. We're ready to have the conversation. We've read this. This was in a large packet, but this was only 20 pages of the packet. And I would hope that everyone has read those 20 pages and is ready to have that conversation. Here we are.
Let's do that. I think a lot of us would like to hear the presentation at this point.
That would help.
Thank you. So on with the presentation. The purpose for this evening is to go at a high level over the sustainability plan and to talk a little bit about greenhouse gas reduction overview and give a status of where we are. The plan is a strategy, and it is a 5-year strategy. When we get into the greenhouse gas reduction status, we'll be talking about the baseline versus where we are now and the plan to move forward. The plan is divided into 8 sections, 8 categories. They're listed here. They're listed in alphabetical order, you'll see. And what the plan does is it divides both our accomplishments as well as our actions. I was trying to give a quick version of this verbally just now. So a couple of examples of accomplishments that you'll see in the plan. And when I show you the visual, you'll see the list is long. But we did reach that 5% goal that was established for greenhouse gas reduction. We adopted the bike walk, updated version of the bike walk plan, constructed parking lots with permeable pavers. What you see here is a visual not intended for you to read it, but just so you could see it, so you can see the accomplishments section of the plan, not intended for you to read, but to see there's a lot in there as far as accomplishments. And while remember this visual when I get to the visual about actions. So here's a sampling of some of the actions that are planned going forward. We've participated in the Solar Homes tour before. The plan here is to add the component of the electric vehicles, showcasing EVs. Benefits of native plants and pollinator plants, promoting that throughout the communities, as well as advancing our bike-friendly communities program, enhancing it, taking it to the next level. This is the visual that I'd like you to focus on as you think about the actions or the accomplishments from the 3-year plan, the actions for the 5-year plan. There's a lot in here, which is, it makes sense, right? We've got one of our pillars is environmental sustainability. We've got a lot of work to do. There are a lot of actions that are captured in the plan. Again, I'm not expecting you to read this. Some of the stuff is overlaid. But to give you a feel that there is a lot to do. There are a lot of opportunities to be more sustainable. When we think about our longer term plan and the idea that we need to look beyond the 5 years, big picture, increasing the use of renewable energy is going to be important. Electric vehicles and other equipment that can be electric that might not be, that we're not using en masse as the electric options. Increasing efficiency, both energy, water, reducing waste, as well as increasing both our recycling and composting. This is the long-term, extended-term goal that we talked about, the 45% greenhouse gas emissions reduction, 45% by 2030, as well as the neutrality position by 2035. Oh, I do want to, so this is literally a snip from the plan, cut and paste, so you can see what that section looks like. This net zero emissions conversation, and whether it's city government buildings or all of Highland Park, is part of the plan as well. So that's kind of the overview of the plan. I wanted to give you a feel for how it's laid out and what it aims to do. I don't know the rules.
Sorry, Kelly, can you go back one slide? Do you want to just talk about the difference between the greenhouse gas reduction and the net zero goal and why we put both of those into that sentence?
Sure.
And clarify that that last sentence is that the net zero goal applies to everybody in Highland Park, not just the city.
Yes. So, and yes, it's aggressive. So there are two pieces, and the second part of the presentation goes deeper into greenhouse gas emissions and how we come to those numbers and all that's involved in those numbers. But it is a two-part goal: reducing emissions as well as this net zero by 2035. The Sustainability Advisory Group definitely wanted to be aggressive with our goals. So the 45% reduction, we looked at where we are, what some opportunities are, and even from there to stretch a little bit and make sure that we're keeping our eye on the ball and going hard against that greenhouse gas emissions goal. So that incorporates energy use, electricity, natural gas, waste reduction, recycling, composting, transportation, looking at our fleet as well. As far as so that's the greenhouse gas emissions portion. And if we are planning to be at a certain place by 2035, we felt it important to set a touch point of 2030. Now, the net zero versus carbon neutrality, whether what we find is carbon neutrality, meaning you use as little as possible and offset the rest, or wipe it out completely, we'll have to keep an eye on that and see how we're progressing toward the goal. But again, to be aggressive and to commit to focusing on taking carbon out of the picture is the intent behind this statement. Is there anything you wanted to? Oh,
So could I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Littleworth.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So, Ms. Shelton, this is really helpful for me because I'm less familiar with these terms. And so when Councilmember Tapia distinguished between the two and looked at them as different equations, that was helpful. But your explanation right now was even more helpful. And I almost feel, and I know this is an overview and it's something that establishes a group of goals, but even if it's two sentences, two separate sentences with an explanation in between for those of us who are much more lay people when it comes to this, I think that would really satisfy, at least for me, that we're looking at two different goals that have a similar thing and that it is an aggressive plan, and so you want to view it in that light, but that would be very helpful. And I don't want to be wordsmithing or something like that right now, but I think even a clarification like that would be perfect for me.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Hoopler.
This is basically what we read in the packet, which is good, but I think the real point of this was the discussion. And, I mean, we can spend a lot of time discussing this now. I can give some examples of things I would like to have discussed, but it is a very thorough list. Because this is very high level, and how do we get there? But it's going to take action by the city council to get there, such as what we did with the gas leaf blowers, which is why I think my opinion is if we want to treat this as a working document and actually update it every year with the changes and the agreements and what the city council is actually working on, are we going to require solar panels on all buildings or commercial buildings, or what are we going to do about gas water heaters? Are we going to start to get rid of those, and when are we going to start to phase those out, and all these things? These are not actions for an advisory group. But we need to be working with the advisory group on what the recommendations are for those and start to really work through some of these details. And there's a couple things on there we've already talked about not doing because they don't really meet our goals, such as or our values in the city, such as Soul Smart Gold, which is listed in here as an item which we're going forward with. And we said, no, we love it, but we're not going to have solar panels in our front yards in Highland Park. So it should not be in there. So that's really where, we can talk about this and kind of rehash it in front of everybody tonight, but I think there's a lot of things that need to be done. So if we want to approve this, I think the bottom line is we need a committee of the whole meeting to talk about some of these things. And what I would actually suggest is we could do one within the next couple months, but in general, I would want to see a yearly review where we get updates on where we at in certain things. So in January or February, there's a committee of the whole where we talk about updates. Hey, we've cut the greenhouse gas emissions in 2027. In January, we're down 15% or 20% or whatever the number is, and here's how close we are to this goal. And then we talk about the things we might want to implement in the next year from a city council point, and then we reapprove that plan and actually update it on the website in like March or April at a city council meeting. I'm kind of torn of whether or not we just, I don't want to kick the can down the road, so I kind of want to move on this, even though I think there are some things which are not correct in the document. I kind of want to move on it and get going. So I would be willing, as long as we have the belief that we're going to be updating this effectively roughly in the March, April timeframe of every year with the latest updates, so it's a truly working document, I would be in favor of approving it tonight.
I tend to agree with that. I understand your concerns about the document incorporating certain things that we've already talked about, also incorporating a number of things we haven't addressed, but I also agree with you, getting the document passed, getting a plan in place, and then addressing it in some organized manner as an existing working document is important. I'm in complete agreement with that, especially since we're going to be talking about the budget, and that's going to be affected by whether we have this document in existence and this plan as part of our existing effort as a city council. Councilmember Tapia.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the way of continuing to prepare for 2024, and your points are very well understood that if we don't approve it, then it holds your authority to you to get your team going. So I get that, and I don't want us to slow down. I just want to make sure whatever wording we have or we need to have, I just want to get locked in that, well, you approved that plan, right? There it is. It's right here in black and white. There's a vote, on September 11th. And so I want us to have some sort of way to manage that and still not hold up your preparation for 2020.
I don't think you can have it both ways, though. If you want to address the details of the plan, you have to pass the plan. And we certainly have the authority to address the details. That's the purpose of what we're talking about. Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, I thank you for recognizing me, Councilman Bloomberg. I just want to, first of all, thank the Sustainability Advisory Group. Thank you. Thank Kim for all your, diligent, highly committed, work on this. It is a big report. I agree with the city manager's, suggestion that we pass the plan. It's a living document, and that we continue to discuss this in committee of the whole. And I like Jeff's suggestions that we're regularly looking at this. I mean, it is speaking to his point about this being the work of the sustainability group, but there's work by the council to be done, around budget and goals. But that's what I think. A lot of work went into this, diligent, good faith work. And in my opinion, let's pass the plan and, continue to work.
Councilmember Stone.
I would like to make a motion to approve the plan with two changes. One being the addition of a sentence on the extended term sustainability outlook that Councilmember Lidower mentioned that describes the difference between net zero and the greenhouse gas emission reduction, and that was intentional to put both of them in that sentence. And the other change to be to remove the Soul Smart Gold as Councilmember Hubler mentioned, I had that as a note as well, because that had been decided, and probably that note didn't get to you, because I think that was decided fairly recently at our Committee of the Whole. So I'd like to move to approve with those two changes, and then we would bring it back for a discussion at some point next year with more detail at Committee of the Whole.
I'd like to add something to that, because I'd love to second your motion, but in order to do so, I had two other suggestions to that. One has to do with bringing this up to speed with where we are with the leaf blower, because that was not in what was presented. And so I just want to make sure that it's accurate, that's all.
Right. It was in here, but it was...
It was just like a reference to it.
It was a goal, but this is...
But we've already done it.
Right, well, because this is 2023 to 2027, we're just a little bit late.
Okay, so I don't want to have a colloquy while we've got a motion on
Sorry.
the floor. Can I
It
have a
is in
second
there.
on the motion, and then if we need to amend it, we can ask the movement and the seconder.
Yeah, I'll
amend it.
second. Okay.
So I have a motion and a second.
So I gave my first point, which
Okay,
was
go
just
ahead.
to bring the leaf blower thing. And I'd also like some mention that permeable pavers have been discussed, but with regard to maintenance, there's still a policy question out there. Because I got on the record on that a few weeks before, and then when I saw this, the inference was that we've done these things, which we have, and they're very good. But I think that there's more work to be done on that, and we were not yet at that point. For example, it refers to parking lots being done in permeable pavers, and it refers to the Second Street lot for Once Upon a Bagel, when we specifically mentioned that might be a part of it, but we also were told that because of the heavy weight of trucks, it might only be a decorative part. The whole thing would not necessarily be permeable pavers. So I just didn't like the inclusion of that until we really were at a point where we had a policy decision.
So I'm going to interject, if I may, and make a suggestion that rather than seeking to amend the motion about something that is contested, that we limit amendments to the motion to things that are pretty well settled. We all agree that Soul Smart goal was unanimously, or I think unanimously, rejected by the city council, so that shouldn't
If I
be in there.
rejected it, it was unanimous.
And the other suggested changes are those that address the primary goal with respect to arriving at net zero and greenhouse gas reductions. The other things that you're talking about certainly are subjects that we're going to have to discuss. But I think in terms of the motion, getting this basic plan passed tonight, that's getting in the weeds a little bit.
I think that's absolutely fine, because
Okay.
it's noted on the record, and we'll go through it.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
so it's on the record for further discussion, but it's not part of the motion.
Exactly.
Okay, anybody else? All right, I have a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
Aye. 6 ayes, no nays, and the motion passes.
Wonderful.
Thank you, everybody. Great discussion. Okay, next is an ordinance amending the Highland Park City Code of 1968 as amended regarding art murals. There's a staff presentation that will be followed by a discussion by the chair of the Cultural Arts Advisory Group.
While Director Fontaine is making his way to the podium, I will just share that there is a staff report and recommendation that is included in the packet, as well as an accompanying ordinance. And so Corporation Council is prepared to make any edits to that ordinance as the council determines, and it will be ready this evening for vote if you so choose.
Thank you. Director Fontaine, have at it.
Thank you. Okay, so this agenda topic is related to an ordinance amending the Highland Park City Code with regard to allowing art murals. Staff recommends consideration of an ordinance allowing art murals and provides this overview presentation of that proposed code. Just some quick background regarding this matter. On June 12th, staff presented alternative approaches to allowing art murals in Highland Park, and council achieved a consensus to allow them with further adaptations to the code that we reviewed. Council also directed the staff meet with the Cultural Arts Advisory Group to seek their feedback as well and to provide that to council. And so we did in August. We met with the Cultural Arts Group. In terms of the summary feedback from the CAG, we had several items that came out of that meeting with regard to the proposal. The Cultural Arts Advisory Group was in favor of not restricting art murals to hand-painted works of art. The council had a similar conversation at its committee of the whole and had indicated that it too was seeking to have it be more broad than just hand-painted works of art. So the proposed code allows for other methods of creating an art mural, but does not allow for a changing image mural as defined in your packet. The advisory group also advocated for not limiting the total number of art murals. Per council feedback from June, 3 to 5 murals were advised to be a starting point in terms of what the council was looking for to allow for an evaluation of this new code and the murals that then permitted. The proposed code limits the number to 15. So hearing what the advisory group had to say, the direction of council about limiting the number, staff proposed a number of 15 so that we could capture the existing murals and allow for additional murals in the community to achieve the goal of seeing new artwork be installed and the placemaking benefits that that could have for the community, both economically, culturally, and otherwise. The advisory group also indicated that they did not want to see a limitation on the height of murals. They're concerned that there are many wonderful murals that are whole building murals or complete sides of buildings that would be precluded by having a height limitation. So I have a couple examples later on, as does my understanding the chair of the advisory group. The proposed code does limit the height of murals to 30 feet, a pedestrian level type height limitation. It would preclude whole building murals on larger buildings. Obviously, if the building is only 30 feet, it could be a whole building mural. The intent was to keep art murals at the pedestrian scale and to respect the long-term policy sensitivity toward height in our community, both of buildings and other matters, and to try to reflect that in this way. The advisory group made specific point of a need to clarify that artists be duly compensated for their work, but agreed that no buildings or mural walls should be rented out for murals. So the proposed code does prohibit compensation that is paid to the owner of the subject property or the building for the right to place a display an art mural on it. This, of course, does not in any way preclude the payment of artists for the work being rendered to create the art. The advisory group also wanted to see and allow murals on more than just building walls, such as fences, freestanding walls, and railroad abutments. And the code allows art murals on buildings and also structures, which means they could be on a fence, a wall, or a railroad abutment, because those are structures, not buildings. Mural arts, however, cannot be installed per the recommendation in the code on stormwater facilities. The advisory group advocated for not requiring a minimum time period for an art mural. The proposed code does require a minimum of 2 years for installation. The intent of this provision is to help ensure the property owner commitment to a high-quality art installation. The advisory group expressed concern, however, that this requirement would preclude shorter duration mural displays that might rotate out and have other shorter duration goals in mind. Neighborhood meetings. The advisory group said that neighborhood meetings should be held as a formality, provided that the mural permitting process can take place concurrently and does not delay the process. And the advisory group also indicated that they'd like to be notified of such neighborhood meetings. And the city code, the proposed city code requires neighborhood meetings prior to the issuance of permit. All other matters related to the permit could happen concurrently, but it is a condition of approval of a permit that one conducts a neighborhood meeting in accordance with the proposed code. It also, in the code, we put in a provision to address the advisory group's recommendation about that they be notified, that it requires the city to maintain a list of interested parties, which will include the membership as appointed by the council of the advisory group, among anyone else who wishes to be advised of such matters. As you may recall, the proposal also calls for the neighborhood meetings to be essentially mail notice to everyone, all property owners within 800 feet. In addition to that, staff will know that this is happening because this is a precursor to getting a permit, and we will advise the interested parties list accordingly. As a separate matter and not part of the proposed city code, the advisory group considered having art mural registry through a mural vetting process. This concept is independent of the code that allows art murals that's being proposed here tonight. Applicants would not be required to take part in this vetting process should any such program process be developed in the future. As such, the proposed code does not include this. The advisory group expressed interest in a lookbook of existing murals in the community as they come on board, and the current ones that we do have as a marketing tool, and to really celebrate and capture what murals can bring to a community in terms of its identity, placemaking, cultural and economic development. A registry of permitted murals would be on the city's website, and there'd be other ways to use that as a marketing tool by the city. So let's talk a little bit about key policy elements of the proposed code. I'll just run through those. The proposed art mural code allows murals within non-residential districts, provided the applicant first obtains a permit and they are not located on a property with a multifamily building with fewer than 5 units. Specifically, quoting from the proposed code, no art mural may be installed within any residential district or on any multifamily buildings with fewer than 5 residential dwellings in any zoning district. Pre-existing murals must also be permitted, but no neighborhood meeting would be required. The reason why we need to permit the existing murals, council provided feedback about certain existing murals and indicating that those should be somehow folded into all this. And then also, per council's direction, if we're going to have a number of simultaneous murals at any one time limitation, one needs to make sure that we take account for those murals as well. Okay, additional policy elements, and we did cover these earlier, but just as quick overview reminder, height cannot exceed 30 feet. Projection no more than 6 inches from the surface upon which it's affixed. And the location we just talked about, the residential, not in residential districts, nor in historic districts by that matter, not on certain multifamily residential buildings, those with fewer than 5 dwelling, nor on stormwater facilities. Neighborhood meeting is required after submittal of an application and prior to the issuance of a permit. The minimum duration of the installation is 2 years, and maintenance is required for all art mural installations. There were some questions about alterations and removals. The proposed code does allow for alterations with limitations for those made within the first 2 years, provided a new application is submitted. Removal, there are provisions for removal of murals within the first 2 years if, for instance, the building is sold or substantially remodeled or altered in a way that precludes continuance of an art mural. I just wanted to show a couple of pictures of whole building or side of building, in this case, art murals. as just an example of what can be done with a building. So here's a before and after. These are likely, we believe, more than 30 feet high, and just to provide that kind of perspective to you. I do ask, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Pro Tem, the council provide feedback to staff and on the key policy elements, and we can go through those however you'd like, but I call these out in this fashion to make it a little easier to go through as council sees fit.
I appreciate that. I'm the hearing officer, not the mayor.
Hearing officer, sorry. I apologize.
Not the hearing officer,
Administrative.
presiding
Presiding
officer.
officer, sorry,
I'll take
presiding
that.
officer.
And what I am decidedly not is the mayor or mayor pro tem.
Okay.
And presiding officer Bloomberg, I want to tack on one element to the excellent presentation that Director Fontaine just made, and that a discussion of content, or really non-content regulation. I think it's important to note that while there is a review process that will be conducted by the city for murals, the review will not concern content, with two exceptions that I will mention. But to avoid any First Amendment issue and other issues regarding city likes or dislikes, it's very clear that content will not be one of the considerations that is being reviewed. We'll review for all the other issues, which are structural and other bulk type of regulation type of issues. The only exception to what I just said concerning content will be two things. One, there's a prohibition concerning advertising or commercial signage, off-site advertising or commercial. No prohibition concerning on-site. If somehow the mural somehow indicates that a coffee house has coffee in the mural. And there is a prohibition, and by the way, within advertising, we're defining it specifically. What we cannot regulate is political signage. So it may well be that a mural depicts some political statement. Be aware of that. That would be allowed, and we would not be putting our stamp of approval or disapproval on some political message. The other thing that is prohibited is what we generally call obscenity or obscene remarks, and we used the terminology, and I know there may be a question about it, but just to make sure that we are on the right side of the law, I quoted in this document the exact terminology that came from United States Supreme Court cases on the subject of obscenity. And some of you will know the famous line, "I know it when I see it." We use the word that, and I'll read it specifically, no art mural may contain any matter in writing or in depiction that, when considered as a whole, predominantly appeals to prurient interests. Those aren't my words. Those are those of very famous Supreme Court justices, and have been upheld in a series of cases on this subject. It is also the exact language that we have in our signage code already, and it is the exact language that we use for the Pocket Park Public Forum regarding our review of proposed structures or signs that go on our public forum.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Ross, thank you.
Presiding officer Bloomberg, thank you.
Correct.
This is a question for Corporation Counsel. It cannot, the word prurient was used. Does that encompass hate speech? It does.
It would. It was intended for obscenity.
But it would include a swastika.
It could.
That's not ad hoc here.
There isn't really a good. We could include hate speech as a further expansion of this prohibition.
I think we need to. And
there are definitions that have been used and accepted that we could incorporate into this ordinance, if that's the desire of the council.
The word prurient didn't, when I Googled the word, it did not.
It is more related to obscenity.
Right,
Councilmember
it didn't
Ross, and
cover hate speech, and I think we have to be, really specific about that, to the extent we can be specific. I'd hate to see something misogynistic, racist, and I don't know if what we can protect against.
So my understanding from Corporation Counsel is that an ordinance could be crafted to include such a prohibition that is consistent with prevailing law?
Yeah, it's a very narrow category of hate speech. It may not necessarily be what your inclination is, but it's elevated to a standard, and I would advise, just as we did with obscenity, to stay with nationally accepted standards of what constitutes hate. And it may not necessarily be what the common interpretation is.
I'm hoping for something beyond prurient.
Understood. Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
And so you may want to determine if the council agrees, I can certainly accomplish that.
Okay. I'll note that, and we'll address that towards the end. Councilmember Stone, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I do. I've got a couple questions for Mr. Fontaine. Stormwater facilities, I'm just curious why we're calling out stormwater facilities.
This was something that we got from other jurisdictions, and that was why it's in there. There's no other reason beyond that.
So would that include like storm drain stenciling projects? I know that maybe Director Bannon can come up as well. I know that there are projects to do stenciling around storm drains that say, do not dump.
That would be more of a government sign directing people not to use or to not use something. That's a different type of.
Okay, I can't visualize another stormwater facility besides a storm drain. Do we have other stormwater facilities that we don't want murals on? And I want to mention that at Moraine Beach, they've just painted, I believe those are storm sewer facilities that they've just painted murals on.
Yeah, I could say that was not a Public Works comment that made it into the presentation or into the final draft here. So.
Okay, so I would maybe remove stormwater facilities unless we have a specific reason for that from this. And then in terms of that registry that you mentioned, there is something on the city website, there's a sustainability map, and that may be something where we could kind of take that. I know the GIS provider worked with us to develop that, and we could maybe take something like, take that framework and use it to put in place a registry, maybe not only of murals, but also of all public art in the city.
That advised from Assistant City Manager Jason that is underway, that work.
Okay, excellent. But then the other question is, why was there a prohibition on multifamily buildings of less than 5 units? Was there some specific thing about the size of those buildings?
This was, again, from various codes from other places, and it was thought that the larger buildings are commercial in nature, and therefore stays consistent with allowing murals essentially on commercial buildings.
So we're only allowing murals, or we're only talking about allowing murals in certain zoning districts.
Correct.
Which I don't believe really have multifamily, small multifamily, do they?
They can. There are a few.
Okay. Then I would leave that. And then the neighborhood meetings, there were some different options regarding the neighborhood meetings. Staff had recommended that they be required. The advisory group wanted to do them concurrently with the permitting. Am I understanding that correctly, that those were the two different approaches?
There was just more of a concern that it not overly delay the permitting process. So all aspects of the permit can be considered concurrently with the timing for the neighborhood meeting. But to have an effective neighborhood meeting, you do have to allow for proper notice and enough time for people to actually know what's happening. So there is a delay, but it is, by our estimation, a tolerable delay to allow for the important input and information exchange between the applicant and others.
It's concurrent with the permit issuing process.
Correct.
But no permit can be issued unless and until that neighborhood meeting has occurred. And no neighborhood meeting can occur unless and until the notice has first gone out.
And our Cultural Arts Advisory Group would be notified of all those neighboring meetings as well.
So my own opinion is that the neighborhood meetings should be recommended, but I don't know that they need to be required because there is a time sensitivity to painting a mural and getting it up, more quickly sometimes. And I just want to state for the record that I think I'm probably the only one up here who has worked on 2 murals in Highland Park in junior high and high school, and then I worked with a professional muralist one summer in college. So I love painting murals, and I want murals.
Excellent. Councilmember Tapia.
Yeah, a question and a comment. What is the rationale that behind your recommending less than 30 feet, or no more than 30 feet, and you use the language of pedestrian scale? So what's the benefit of pedestrian scale mural?
Just in terms of just fitting into the community in that way. You can try to make grand statements, or you can try to make a more modest statement that fits into a more pedestrian scale. When you're doing a whole building mural, that's not speaking merely to the people at the pedestrian level right next to the building. It's speaking to the broader area. So it depends on how you want to project. One could be like a billboard versus a sign. They're very different scale, and they do have very different impact on a community and a place.
Thank you. And then from a comment perspective, I'm wrestling with the benefit of the neighborhood meeting or the purpose of it. Maybe because I can see alerting the neighborhood to it, which makes sense. Somebody's going to change, and they should not be surprised overnight. But what is the purpose of the neighborhood meeting? What would happen there?
I can address
I'm
sorry.
Neighborhood meeting is seen as a critical element here. There are other communities that do this throughout the country. It's seen as a best practice. Instead of foisting something on a community, you inform and bring them in to be included in it, hopefully. Now, the property owner doesn't need the neighborhood community's approval, but nonetheless, the dignity of respect of meeting with people, explaining to them what they are doing so that they're aware of it and can provide whatever feedback they deem appropriate is part of a feedback mechanism. The way the code's set up is that you have ownership by the property owner, that the property owner wants to do this, want to be invested in this, thus the time length and the other aspects of this that try to get this to be a real investment, not a flash in the pan, I just want to say this or that, and do it in a low quality way. The idea is to try to encourage real investment and commitment by the property owner. Part of that commitment is derived from speaking with your neighbors. That shows a commitment. Hey, this is me. This is my building. I'm paying for this. I'm going to pay an artist to do this. And I'd like you to enjoy it as well. And I'm here to tell you about it and to seek some feedback. They do not have to do what the neighborhood meeting consensus says. There's nothing in the ordinance that requires that. But they have to at least be informed by that and then move forward as they see fit.
I think it's a matter of transparency and just wanting to make sure everybody gets heard.
Thank you.
Councilmember Littlewer.
So a couple of things along those lines. I love the idea of the neighborhood meeting. I don't want to slow things down. So I watched very carefully that this parallels, for example, what we do when there are zoning changes, what we do when we are bringing something new into the neighborhood. And I think there's precedent in the way our processes work that this is just an extension of that. And even though one doesn't usually think of art as being that type of thing, because usually one has a feeling about art one way or the other, well, if you think about it, you might not like that your neighbor's going to put a porch next to you either because of the way it might look. But we give them the benefit of that inclusion and transparency, to your point. So I feel very strongly, and I was really pleased to see this as part of the process, so long as it doesn't slow things down. I mean, I would say that the most important thing for me tonight, and it does mirror also the sustainability, is we have been wanting to do this for a very long time. And I'm not saying we should do it just roughshod or slipshod. I think we need to make some decisions here tonight, but we need to get this policy through. We've had business owners and people come to us and say, this is a way to bring vibrancy into our community, and all we do is put it off, and it's time to do it. So I'm really hoping that we will all see that. Along those lines, though, I will say I'm a little bit torn about the height restriction. What I like about the 30 feet is that tells me when you say, did you say the residents, a visual for the residents, because it's about 2 stories? A little bit more than
3 stories. More pedestrian. I mean, it's a more pedestrian scale. I mean, 3, depending on the stories, it could be 3.
Which, in many ways, I think is in keeping with what our town is. On the other hand, I do have to say the 2 examples that you showed us, they are so impactful because they're so beautiful when you saw that sky and that really high building. But in a way, to begin this process, I almost feel like keeping it manageable at a 30 feet residential, who we are, Highland Park, and we can always change it, which I really wouldn't have a problem doing a year down the line if an art group or a committee said this is really something we could even build on more so. With regard to numbers, I originally thought 3 to 5. I like that we've moved to 15. That's another number I could see increasing, but for now, I think that 15 is a very manageable number. It's something that a cultural group could look at and say, where are we going with this? What's our message? How are things moving along? And that also has to do with maintenance. I want to make sure that the owners of these properties who want to come forward for a permit for this really maintain it at a top quality rate. And I think that we need to put in the ordinance language to that effect. I do think we should also put in something such as keeping paint up to scale, such as ensuring that tiles are replaced should something fall off. Just as a such as, because we are never going to come up with all the elements that these murals might have in them. But I'd like to see that happening. The one thing I do have a problem with at this point is the lookbook. And the reason I have a problem with it is there are people who have murals in our community right now. And while they're not there illegally because we've been silent on it, once we put this in place, they are doing this when, frankly, some of them have been told they cannot do it. And they've done it because there's nothing on the books. So another reason to put this mural ordinance into place immediately is so that we can bring people into compliance who are not currently in compliance, and so that through the permitting process, we can move it along.
Thank you. Just a minute. Councilmember Hubler is next. And after that, I would like to hear from the chair of the Cultural Arts Advisory Group, who has been instrumental in suggesting many of the things that we're talking about, and I'd like to have them weigh in. Councilmember Hubler.
Couple questions to start with. You mentioned pre-existing ones will count towards the 15. How many pre-existing murals do we have at this point? So in other words, how many new ones can we have?
There's 2 categories of existing murals. 2 categories, existing murals and then potential murals or proposed murals that we're aware of. Existing murals, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.
Do those count towards the 15?
Correct. Okay.
I think we're going to need more.
And then,
hold on.
Yes.
Murals?
Yes.
Yeah, they're painted.
Those would not comply with the sign code as is, and those are murals essentially.
And would those have to be?
They're no longer, the ordinance does not require hand painted, so those are I just want to be clear about that point. So vinyl and other types of things will be allowed. And
Joel,
so
are you including those on public rights-of-way?
These are the ones.
Because those on public rights-of-way may not necessarily be included in the 15, since this is...
No, this isn't a business. This is at a store.
Are you including those that are on public rights-of-way, though?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Over underpass.
The underpass, yes, that's, oh, I see what you're saying,
I
yes.
think those shouldn't be included in the count.
Okay.
Because-
Where does that leave them?
Well, we're unregulated because, and unlawful if you want to go that route, but because we're not authorizing any mural to be located in a public right-of-way. So those that are, in my own opinion, shouldn't be included in the 15, in the count.
So that's the principal question right now. Eliminating those that are in the public right-of-way without deciding what's going to happen to those, the total number of murals that would be recognized is
So
six.
then that would take away, if we're going to deem those illegal, this one, and 2.
So 5.
Correct. And then in terms
They
of,
didn't apply for a permit.
no, they did not. There's-
So-
Not that I'm aware of.
We're not going to get into what should or shouldn't happen to those 2 murals that are on public rights-of-way. The question that Councilmember Hubler asked, the answer is 5.
And if those count towards the 15, which it sounds like they do, we're really only allowing 10, or would those have to be permitted, or how does that work?
So they would need to be permitted, but they would not need to do a neighborhood meeting. They already exist.
So we assume most of those, I mean, would be the first in line for the 15.
Yeah,
right?
we'll reach out proactively per the code to
That was one
solicit
of the
those
reasons
permits.
that staff recommended going up to 15 from 3 to
Right.
5.
Right.
Okay.
Now, if folks do not seek a permit, then they would not be permitted, right? But we will actively reach out to those.
So my guess is they don't want to take it down, most of them. So we'd be looking at 10 new murals, not 15. Assuming that's an assumption.
Correct,
but-
with those in there. And then in terms of other murals that we're aware of, and so this is a mural sign. This was approved by the Plan and Design Commission.
That building
But
was
there-
never built, I don't think. I might know the guy.
Correct, I know. But there was an idea to have a larger version of this that quite frankly looked better than what this does here. This is already approved and can go up. It's within the sign code as varied. But there was an idea to have a larger one. So whether that's still out there or not, we don't know. I'm just trying to express what we're aware of. Proposed murals, we have on the corner of St. John's and Laurel, and a concept for 1760 Old Deerfield Road. We also have the murals within the Albion 2. So I don't think this mural will be at this wall, but rather there'll be a mural on this wall, or both of these walls. So when you're looking at that, that does take in, there's 5, 6, 7, 8 that we're already aware of, maybe 9, but maybe that never happens, like you said, duly noted. But then we're down to about 5 or 6, is what I'm saying.
There might be one additional mural that's not on your list that's
Okay.
already up.
At the what?
That's already up.
Okay.
I'm
all
just
right.
going to look
I'll
into
take
the
your
audience
word.
and see if anyone wants to mention
So-
that.
Take your word for it. That was not intentional on our part, but we tried to
Yeah,
to survey.
new.
So I would suggest that if I were to amend this, I would suggest we allow 15 new mural designs that have not been installed.
Okay.
So all the pre-existing would still have to go through the process, but they don't count towards the 15. Second question, that would be my opinion. Historical district. What do we have that qualifies as a historical district where we cannot have murals?
We don't, but that was in there just as belt and suspenders. Should there be a time that we create a historical district within any commercial district, zoning district, then we would be covered. I did know that, and I noted that to myself, but I thought, at belt and suspenders, we don't want to forget to amend one part of the code and then have a problem later. So that's a very good question, and I should have mentioned that in my report.
There's a term in here, maintenance by the owner of the property, which brings up a whole nother thing I hadn't thought about until I read that, and that is, who is the owner of the mural and who has to approve the mural? Most businesses who would be looking to put up murals are not the property owner. Would we need approval of both the property owner and the business?
No, so for a permit, it's always the property owner that seeks permits. Now, they may have someone represent them. You maybe as a business owner could go ahead and do it for them, but they're going to have to sign that application and concede and, consent to it.
So as an example, I don't know why I'm throwing this one up, but the toffee shop with the parking avenue has a nice brick building there, which would be great to have a little mural on. If their owner decides to put up political signs on the building that may not be agreeable with the owner, the renter of the building, that would be approved?
We would not be able to deny that. That's correct. That would be a private matter.
I think we need any renters, especially business renters, to be able to sign off on the permit of a mural. Because I can only imagine my business and some landlord decides they want to make a political statement on the side of my business and nobody shows up at my business anymore because they think I'm the one making the statement.
It's an excellent point. The question is, do we as a city want to regulate that, or is that a landlord-tenant issue? Well,
it sounds like the tenant has no choice.
The tenant would have no choice. It's owner. I mean, we regulate owners. And that commonly throughout. We don't have direct privity with or regulate tenants necessarily, other than operation of their own business. But
the property owner ultimately has control over the property.
Would
So,
have
for
control of the
instance-
property. It would be, what a tenant would do to protect against it is to ensure.
But you can't rewrite all the existing leases.
No, it's a very good, it's an excellent point. The question for the council is, do you want to impose?
Can we require in the ordinance that in a commercial building, the commercial tenants have to approve the mural?
Of course you can. From a legal perspective, you can.
That's a question from a legal
Your policy
perspective. So I would definitely be in favor of that.
Great question.
And I assume maintenance, owner of the property, they can figure that out then with the tenant. If it's the tenant's mural, obviously the owner would have them sign something. So I'm not overly concerned about that. That was my biggest question in regards to that. We talked about the neighborhood meeting. I think as long as they put out a notice within a certain amount of time of applying, they don't have to have the meeting in, I don't think. I think you just have to put out the notice for the meeting, would be my opinion on that.
Wait, the notice for the meeting or a notice?
Notice that the mural is going to be put up.
Yeah, the neighborhood meeting is what I'm referring to. So as long as when you apply for the permit, part of that is putting out the notice within a certain amount of time of applying. If we approve the permit faster, I don't think that's a big deal that we
So it would be
provide
your
the permit
proposal
even
that
if.
putting out a notice that a mural is going up would require concerned neighbors to contact the city and voice whatever concerns they have.
No, I want to
without-
still have the neighborhood meeting. I just don't, if let's say they put the neighborhood meeting and it's 4 weeks later and we're ready to approve the permit within 2 weeks and they haven't had the meeting. But they've already put out the notice.
I see.
I just don't want to hold up the permit process for a meeting which isn't going to be, is just really for an informal meeting to discuss it.
But you're not opposed to a neighborhood?
Oh, I want the neighborhood meetings.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. Can I just, if I may?
Please.
That could create some issues for the city. That gets us in an awkward position. If you're going to require a meeting take place, and then we're going to go ahead and issue the notice, it's already going to be, I suspect, I predict, that we're going to hear, at least at the staff level, a lot of complaints, by those that attend the meeting and have strong opposition to it, but the city goes ahead and issues the permit saying, well, what was the point of that meeting if we all voted opposition, but the city's issuing it anyway? We're clear in the ordinance that all the applicant had to do was have the meeting before we issued the permit. If we're going to have this meeting requirement, and then the neighbors find out that we've already issued the permit before that meeting takes place, you can do this, but it's going to put us in a very awkward
It's a
position.
lame duck. It
I
becomes a lame duck.
I would consider shortening the time period for the meeting, or at one point that made me think, Councilmember Hoopler, that you mentioned, what if we shouldn't penalize an applicant if they notice up a meeting and no one wants a meeting? And, so the fact that there is a meeting never took place shouldn't prevent the issuance of the permit. The fact that they noticed it, the meeting date came and went, and no meeting, even if no meeting occurred, the way we have it's going to require a tweak. If what I'm trying to say, this is on me. I will make sure that it's clear that all the applicant had to do is notice up a meeting and have that meeting date come and go, whether it took place or not, to enable us to issue the permit.
It doesn't make any sense
No.
to me. How can a meeting not take
Wait.
place. Like, the applicant would have to show up at the location, and if nobody else shows up.
That's what I'm saying. If no one,
shows up.
So they have the neighborhood meeting, but people aren't required to attend.
that's the point. That's the point I want to clarify in the ordinance, Councilmember Stone, just that.
So we're not going to say it's okay if they don't have the meeting, because they're having the meeting, but no one, it's okay if no one shows up.
That's right. We don't want to stifle this provision by having the neighbors think that by not showing up, they could prevent a permit.
I think we all agree the neighborhood meetings are an important element, but that they need to happen quickly because the permitting process should be
So
rapid.
do we have a set number of days in there right now?
30 days in there, but I think you should take to 14.
But-
Or
No,
even-
no, it's not 30 days.
Before we get into the specifics,
Yeah.
I
No
think-
more than 30 days and no less than 15 calendar days prior to the neighborhood meeting date. The applicant must post notice, neighborhood meeting on the subject property, and posted notice must be, it tells what that is and what it must contain. And there's also mail notice, the same provision, 30 days nor less than 15 days, no more than 30, but no less than 15 days before the neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
before we
15 days.
make decisions on what we're going to do, we've had a very robust
I
discussion.
have one
One-
more.
one-
I have one more on my list.
Wait,
Okay.
well, I do want to.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Almost there.
Councilmember Ross.
The last one is in terms of the 30-plus feet. There are multiple beautiful murals in Chicago. I do understand the concern of what somebody might be putting up. I'm okay if we do this later, but I would hope we could have a special process where we physically or a group physically approves a larger mural. So that way, whether it's political in nature and we don't like it or whatever it may be, we still have the ability to go larger on a bigger building. I mean, you showed the Albion there, and that's like the perfect example of a place where I'm guessing that corner could just be beautiful instead of just painted brick and go up over 30 feet. So I really think we need to address that. And I think like a special use where we're approving it is a fine way to address it if we're concerned in other locations where maybe it doesn't really make sense, but.
we did not include a provision to allow for for differential rights based on some prior approval because of the concerns of content regulation. That's why it's like the way it is. So you could have no height regulation, or you could have a height regulation, but that's how at least staff approach this. I just wanted to explain that.
From a legal standpoint, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask Corporation Counsel, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, the answer to Councilmember Hubler's question is yes, you can do this. The way I would suggest doing it would be to say no mural may exceed 30 feet unless the city council approves it, and that would require a city council vote. That's legal. The danger in that is that it could be that when you're now approving height, there may be something else that goes into your thought process based on content. But, if we're going to say your decision it's like forget the elephant in the room. Don't look at that, but your decision is based solely on height. Don't look at what the content of what is
But
about
it
to
is,
say.
I mean, I'll just say it, it would be based on content. We're trying to, that's what I'm asking, could we base, because it's not necessarily that, the idea is 30 feet is really, you could see it for, maybe in some cases for miles, I don't know. But the idea would be like, it really needs to be something special over 30 feet and really good content, I guess is what I'm saying.
I wouldn't
Is
say it
that a
that way.
concern?
I like the way you said it earlier, that this building, because of its size or particular location or the way in which it faces, or the vantage point, things have nothing to do with content, but it has to do with the building itself or the location of the building merits a larger size. Then the city council can consider increasing the height above 30.
We could come up with parameters. For example, you may not want it facing individual residential units, maybe facing a major thoroughfare, and that may be more acceptable than someone looking outside their family room and seeing it every single day. But it would have to be very specific that it is not based on the artwork. It's just based on building location. And then just so you know, then we set a precedent. So if we approve one, it would be hard pressed to say no to future applications. But again, if they meet specific criteria, we can.
Distinguish the area.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to be somehow my comments wind up at the very tail end of all of this. Mine isn't very long. Maintenance is a huge concern of mine that, and I know that there's been, Andres, you mentioned, certain paints being required. I'm just concerned about, peeling and some requirements to keep up the artwork in good condition. We've already spoken about community engagement, so that's well covered. I noticed that Chicago, with its mural program, robust, beautiful mural program, has addressed that. They highly recommend community engagement, neighborhood engagement around murals. And regarding the height, and as much as I love contemporary art and I love art in general, I've dedicated a lot of time to advocating around art and public art, that I think that the 30-foot limit is a reasonable one. That's basically a 3-story building, and we had talked previously, Gita, about but apparently a variance won't work. People can't apply for a variance. What Corporation Counsel is talking about is different. But I think that baseline, we're talking about a 3-story building, and it roughly, I think that is very, very large. And as much as some of council liked the examples that were shown on the screen, 4 or 5-story. That's a matter of taste. I personally do not find those compelling. To Director Fontaine's point about, this is a community piece. This affects the community, and it's about scale, and it's about urban design, I think, too. It's not just about art. It's the urban design that we're creating. So that's it. It was kind of short.
Did you want to add one?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do is get to...
Yeah, I know you're trying to get to...
Okay.
But there's a few things I didn't comment on. One, since just picking up in the height, I don't have any objection to going over 30 feet. I think part of the concept of art is to allow the artists to imagine whatever we can't imagine. So just artificially say no more than 30 feet, well, we don't, what are we precluding? I don't know. So I would be inclined to not have a limit on the height. There's also on the minimum number of years for it to be up. I don't think that's realistic or even in the spirit of murals. I mean, murals, some of them are iconic and they last for decades and even 100 years. Others could just be ephemeral for a few months. And for us to, again, try to guess what would be the perfect amount of time for a mural to be up is not congruent with the concept of art. Art can be enduring or can be short-term based on an event or a celebration that you don't want it up for 2 years. But for those 3 months, 6 months, it was quite appropriate. So I think we're backing ourselves in the corner by forcing a 2-year commitment. And same with the limit on the murals. I would be careful about putting a limit that sounds like a limit. Like, this is the limit for Highland Park ongoing. But if we say maybe a limit for the first few years as we kind of test out the program and be able to manage the ins and outs and the things we did not anticipate, I would feel comfortable with a limit. Maybe it's 10, 15, but I would be careful about how we word it, and it sounds temporary or for a period of time, and then we revisit if we put a limit on it. And on the issue of the materials, I feel that we should put some criteria, and I can't speak expertly on this, but talking to the artists, there are certain quality materials used for murals that last longer or more weather resistant, and I think it would be appropriate for us to determine what those type of materials are, whether it's tile or whether it's painting or whatever the case may be, to ensure that these things can last longer. I do worry about this issue of upkeep because murals get beaten up by the weather. So what does it mean to keep it up? I just hope that we word it in a way that acknowledges that it'll be a little bit weathered, and that's okay. That's part of the charm of a mural. But maybe something that's broken or fallen off or peeling paint or falling tiles, something that is more declarative of something being awry versus something being a little bit weathered.
It's a huge issue, upkeep,
So-
huge.
Respectfully, we're going to continue to have this conversation. I would like to hear from the chair of the Cultural Arts Advisory Group, who I'm sure has many thoughts that have been underlying much of our discussion, but I'd like to hear from her before we begin to craft any legislation here. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you all. I welcome this opportunity. I have a PowerPoint presentation to share with you, but I'm going to interrupt myself for a moment to address a couple of the issues that came up in the last hour or so that are not in my presentation. The interesting question of who owns the art. There was a circumstance that came up where a wall was completely covered with a mural in another city, and the building was being torn down. And the artist complained about it and said, "That's my mural, you can't take it down." This went to court, and the artist won. So artists must sign a release. The artists have rights. And who knows when something's going to come up like this? I mean, even if somebody wants to put a political sign to block the mural, the artist may have rights in those circumstances. And I have all kinds of notes and emails from all the people I've spoken with about maintenance issues and dealing with eventualities such as this that I'd be happy to share with the appropriate parties on the council and the staff as we progress. But things that are not going to be in the ordinance, I thought I'd save for another time. Okay. I didn't even introduce myself yet. My name is Joanne Bernstein. I've been a resident of Highland Park for a total of 29 years. I want to share a little of my background with you so you know where from I come in speaking about all of this. I was a professor of arts management and marketing at the Kellogg School of Management and the undergraduate business school at Northwestern for 20 years. I taught intensive courses at Bocconi University in Milan several times. I was a Fulbright senior scholar in arts management at the Helsinki School of Economics. I've written 3 comprehensive books on marketing the arts, which were translated into several languages and considered the best books on the subject, and I've been invited to speak about my books in what was then a visitable Russia and South America, and on and on. My books were published by the Harvard Business School Press, Wiley & Sons, and Palgrave Macmillan. In order to have my books written and published by such prestigious companies, I did very extensive research and in content review, and I'm used to doing a lot of that kind of work, which I put into this project as well. I've also consulted with dozens of arts organizations and art service organizations. The Ford Foundation invited me to assist in their program planning. The Australian Arts Council invited me to tour their country, where I provided multi-day lectures in several cities. I also served as their expert for pricing issues in the performing arts. And I have extensive education in modern art history. I was the head of the docent program at Chicago's Museum of Contemporary Art, where I not only led docent tours from second graders through curators of other museums, but I trained new docents And recently, having retired from teaching, I decided to focus on doing volunteer work for the city where I felt I could provide value. Okay, my investigation process on this topic. Since the original draft for this ordinance was distributed, I've invested many dozens of hours researching mural programs in many cities nationwide. I emailed with and spoke with community development directors in Portland, Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Elgin, Illinois, and others. Alexandra Hall, a fine muralist in her own right, is consultant to the city of Fort Wayne, Indiana, a city of about 235,000 residents, which was featured on PBS in February because murals have been central to its booming economic development and desirability as a destination. Far from limiting murals, they encourage repeated development of them. Alexandra Hall spoke with me at length and most generously offered a complimentary hour-long Zoom call with Highland Park staff so all could benefit from her deep and extensive knowledge, but the staff here declined that offer. She emailed her main comments and concerns to me, and I took copious notes during our conversations, the details of which I shared with Mr. Fontaine, Ms. Akash, and staff members, Ms. Jason and Ms. Bennett, in addition to all the members of CAG. I regret to inform you, council members, that the information I gleaned and the positions of all CAG issues and mural issues apparently seem unvalued and unrespected and largely went unheeded, as I saw in the ordinance that was the proposal you see this evening. Okay, the maximum height provision. A large mural is not a billboard. It's art, Mr. Fontaine.
Chairman Bernstein, I'd like you to address your comments to me.
Okay. I'll be happy to do that.
I had expected you to present the recommendations of the Cultural Arts Advisory Group.
Okay.
I understand that you have some frustrations with staff.
Okay.
I want to assure you that all of the findings and the entire report of the Cultural Arts Advisory Group were submitted to the City Council separately and apart from the staff recommendations. I want to be clear about that on the record.
Okay, thank you. So most of what I'm saying here is part of what was discussed in CAG meetings with and without the staff and represents the feelings of the majority of CAG.
I understand that. We have minutes of the CAD meetings and we have the recommendations from CAD. And we do understand that many of the things that were recommended were disrecommended or not included by the staff report for various reasons. But we do have everything from CAG.
Okay, I hear you. One thing I don't know if you have this information or not, but we were told that the 30-foot limit came originally from the regulations in Portland.
So again, if I may, I understand you may disagree with that limit, and I would be interested to hear what the CAG preference is for height limitation or no height limitation. The reason for the height limitation as recommended by staff was included in the report this evening. It's based upon the general preference of the city to limit height. That doesn't mean we have to follow it, and I would like to hear what your preference and your advisory group's preference is.
Okay. My preference clearly is no restriction on height whatsoever. And this was the view of most of the members of CAG. There's at least one member of CAG who I believe agrees with this, but is just very eager to see the ordinance passed, whatever the restrictions are for now.
Understood.
And when I heard that this came out of Portland's regulations, I became very curious, and I went and researched Portland's restrictions. And would you show the mural photos, please? And so when I was looking up murals in Portland,
No, that's not it. Okay. That's one of them. This one building is called the Tree Farm. And it actually has living trees on it. Somebody asked how they water them. We have no idea. And it does face a highway, and it's a residential building. And it's supposedly beloved in Portland. Okay, the next one, please. This one is called the Fair-Haired Dumbbell. And I only have this one picture of it. And it's huge. There's no question. It's a 6-story building that's in 2 parts. And both of the parts on all sides are painted as a mural. And there's no question that this cannot be viewed by a pedestrian on the same side of the street. But I would venture to say that a 30-foot mural could not be viewed by pedestrians walking right there. You'd have to get away from it and cross the street for a 30-foot mural. And what if a building is 35 feet tall? Does that make a difference? Pedestrians on the same side of the building still wouldn't be able to see it. That does not seem like a valid argument to me. And there is artistic vision here. Could you imagine if the top 5 feet were cut off of this mural? Whether you like it or not, it's the idea of it, the concept, the artistic vision. Okay, and one more, please. This mural is at the Cultural Center in the city of Chicago. It's 120 feet long and 100 feet high. This was created by Harry James Marshall, very famous artist, and it represents the 20 women who have been very important in the city of Chicago. And from people in the arts, people in the sciences, people in every field. And what's the name of the mountain in South Dakota that has the presidents?
Mount Rushmore.
So this is called Rushmore. And it's Chicago's Rushmore. It's honored. And you wouldn't even be able to see the bottom 30 feet from where you're standing, if you were standing right there under it. But it's a huge destination in the city of Chicago. Very important work of art. By the way, I'll come back to it. All the cities that I investigated encourage endless numbers of murals. It doesn't mean that they accept anything and everything everywhere, but the city of Philadelphia has the most murals in the whole country. They have hundreds of them, if not thousands. It's a destination. Asheville, South Carolina, Portland. I did not go back and count all the numbers of murals everywhere, but as I said, Fort Wayne, Indiana has been featured on PBS because it's become a destination for all the economic benefits and destination the city has become because of its public art. And we have approximately 30 public sculptures in this town. I don't remember the exact number, but nobody has ever put a limit to the number of public sculptures. And if we had an opportunity to get another 5 fabulous sculptures, we'd be thrilled, I assume. Why put a limit on the mural? I do understand a temporary limit, working through the details of the regulations, making sure that all works. So to limit it for the first year makes sense to me. Beyond that, I do not see any value in limiting it, and I see a huge value in having no limit whatsoever.
I think generally, if I'm getting the temperature correctly, we're looking at a limit as temporary. How temporary that is, I don't know, but I think generally we're in agreement that Any limit would be short-term.
Okay, in the ordinance, it says at any one time. It doesn't say
I
a
understand
limit.
that. The ordinance hasn't been passed. I don't know if you...
Okay.
The discussion so far seems to understand that any limitation would be temporary.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, the 12-month versus the 6-month rules, that's section 105.150. I must admit that we hadn't seen this at the time of our CAG meeting, so this was something that I was alerted to as I read this version of the ordinance. This seems contradictory to me, that a permit is valid for 6 months after that, for 12 months. After that point, it becomes void. But even if it's void, you can extend it for 6 more months.
So,
And
in fact, I'm going to interrupt you if I may. That's a legal issue that has to do with the permitting process. That's typical because we want people to exercise their permits. We have issues when they aren't. So that has less to do with the artistic issues that
Actually, Councilman Bloomberg, the painting can only be done in certain temperatures.
understood.
So there is a strong artistic issue here. Let's say that the mural gets approved in October. Well, then there will not be a window of time to paint it until the following May, let's say. And let's say at that point, the artist isn't available for some reason.
That's why it's 12 months.
Okay. But
We have a similar limitation with demolition permits, and demolition permits also are seasonally restricted issues.
Wording, right? We deal with the seasonal issues all the time.
Right.
And we understood and accounted.
Okay.
Okay. The 2-year minimum duration, I firmly agree with what Councilman Tapia said, that there should be no limit whatsoever. I would love to see high school seniors in the art program be able to annually in the spring do a mural for the school, from the school for whatever location is determined, or the freshmen coming in each year, or we had our sesquicentennial a couple of years ago. It would have been great to have a mural that honored that, and then that doesn't apply anymore after a certain amount of time. So I think that a 2-year limit is absolutely arbitrary and doesn't serve us. In some cities, right in their code, quote, property owners may submit applications to register permission walls, i.e. exterior walls that have been specifically designated and approved by property owners for artists to paint on a rotating basis. Okay, this again is a personal commentary and doesn't come from CAG. And I understand that this predominantly appeals is a legal term that's been approved by you officially, and I'm not an attorney, I can't speak to that, but I'd like to share with you all the wording in the Chicago registration information for murals. Murals will not be registered if they contain known gang symbols or depict an unreasonable or offensive act, utterance, gesture, or display that creates a clear and present danger of a breach of peace or imminent threat of violence. Murals may not depict material harmful to minors. So I thought that you would just like to know that that's what Chicago does, and I did not have the time to research other cities and how they do the wording on that. I'm concerned, for personal reasons. I have been subjected to anti-Semitic comments, and most recently my husband was in Frankfurt, Germany. because our name sounds Jewish. And so I'm very sensitive. I mean, if somebody can put anti-Semitic symbolism on a mural and that's acceptable because it's not predominant as part of the whole thing.
I want to just clarify where we are right now. These are your personal
Yes, I did
comments?
say that.
Okay.
I said that right in the front, and it says so right on the
I just
top. Okay.
appreciate that. I'm just clarifying.
Chime in on that?
I'm sorry?
We have counsel chime in on that?
Yes.
Now or later?
I'm going to let her finish her personal comments and wrap up, and then I'm going to
Okay.
ask.
This is
corporate-
here's my conclusion. I want to add in that many cities have a commission of about 9 volunteers, a public arts commission, who review artists applying to be on a city's register and to review and approve of specific murals. Individual property owners do not need to accept the opinion of the commission because they have their right to do as they please. But typically, in many cities, they value the opinion of these valuable public art commission members, and I highly recommend that Highland Park adopt such a commission composed of persons with various expertise and experience in a range of the arts. And as I said at the beginning, there are many recommendations for property owners and artists that I've learned over the course of my investigations, like how artists have rights that we need to be careful about, the right kinds of materials to use to increase the longevity of murals, things that can be spray painted onto a mural to help protect it for a longer period of time. There's all kinds of work that's been done on this in the past. We don't need to reinvent that wheel. And it could be in the form of recommendations to property owners and to artists. And finally, I am really delighted that after 3 years of delays, largely due to external uncontrollable circumstances, this council is ready to act on approving an ordinance to allow for murals. And I sincerely hope the council will adopt changes we in the Cultural Arts Advisory Group recommend for the mural policy. And I thank you all for your opportunity to address the council.
Thank you very much, Chair Bernstein. Corporation Counsel, you wanted to address some of the specific remarks?
Well, the Chicago mural language.
Yeah.
I've got a question if he needs.
I was just responding to a comment from Director Fontaine. So let me get to the. Remember that these are murals that are on private property.
Right.
Just as we cannot control certain language and speech on private property today, if someone wanted to put a swastika or a burning cross or something that you may find very, very offensive on their private property, that would be allowed. The language that I would suggest that we include would and could if litigated, include a prohibition of such offensive symbols. But I can't guarantee it. It would have to be litigated. We'd have to see where the law takes us. And the law on First Amendment is evolving. There was recently a Supreme Court case that dealt with a T-shirt that had a word that would normally be considered a profanity, and it was allowed. The Supreme Court allowed it. Here's the language that I would suggest and that I would be comfortable with passing constitutional muster. No art mural may contain any matter in writing or in a depiction that incites imminent criminal activity or consists of specific threats of violence targeted against a person or group. It's similar to Chicago's. It's not as broad as Chicago's, but I am confident it can stand behind this because it's directly out of First Amendment jurisprudence. I think I could probably, if God forbid we did deal with a situation like this in Highland Park or an offensive symbol, make an argument that a symbol like one of those that I just mentioned could fall under this prohibition. It just hasn't been litigated yet.
So I'm going to chime in before I take comments from the council. As a fellow attorney and having some familiarity with these issues, I would like that protection. I'm extremely confident in Corporation Counsel's ability to craft appropriate language. You've been successful on some critical issues in the past. I understand for my part, there's no guarantee. This is not a Supreme Court as it's currently composed that I necessarily want to take my chances with. But that said, it has recognized mostly traditional and evolving limitations within the direction that those things are evolving, and I think what you're proposing meets that. So with that, first of all, if there are responses or questions.
I have a direct question based on that.
Sure, go ahead.
And I do too.
That doesn't seem to include any child. There was some reference to child endangerment, and like nudity would be an example, or other things like that.
Yeah,
I think that falls within that language.
The existing language that I have in there would deal with obscenity.
So that covers that, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
This will be additional.
This isn't, this isn't in lieu of, this is.
That's the so that's covered in the purity part.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. This is in addition, this would be an additional prohibition.
Right. Okay.
A third.
Okay, Councilmember Ross.
Thank you. The word incites, I guess that language that incites violence, I mean, does it have to, isn't hate speech?
This is the exact definition, in the couple minutes that you were talking about height, I did this little research.
You did a little search.
This is exactly
and
the
I
language
and
that
my
was existing.
I guess I'm still worried that it would have to incite violence. What if, my concern is hate speech, and I would also say that I thought hate speech was against the law. Yeah.
It is, and so this is
Yeah.
the definition of hate speech.
That's
It's not only incites violence, but it's or consists of a specific threat of violence against, targeted against an individual or a group.
This is about as expansive as
It's
you
just
could get
really-
to cover
Okay.
incitement, hate speech, and some of the concerns that Councilmember Hubler had
Okay.
regarding endangerment.
And
Yeah.
I monitor this for you, not only for this, but your public forum and other things were, if the definition was broadened by the Supreme Court, we can amend this and broaden and make ours broader.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I don't mean to be repetitive. I just was worried that there was a form of hate speech that doesn't incite violence, or endangerment, but it is nonetheless hateful.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'd like to do now, thank you, Chair Bernstein. Your input is greatly appreciated. I hope as you've listened to us, a lot of your preferences seem to have been adopted even before you took the podium. In terms of height issues, we've had a pretty robust discussion about that, and that's about to continue. And the number of murals that may be permitted is also something that the council has heard and is sensitive to. So with that, I'd like to see if we can move towards some sort of consensus on some of these issues and eventually get to where we could fashion a motion.
Sorry, can I ask one more question?
Fire away.
Okay. Underpasses. I didn't realize that underpasses were not included till Joel showed the photos, and there's two on underpasses. And one of the murals that I worked on was on the underpass on Mulberry. Underpasses seem to be a wonderful place for murals. They're dark and yucky, and murals kind of brighten them up and make them much more inviting. Is there a reason that we're saying no to underpasses?
Well, it's not that we're saying no to underpasses. This is to authorize murals on private property.
Okay.
Underpasses are your property, if they're city-owned.
I thought they were, aren't they the railroad property?
Not,
Or they are property? Are they?
I don't know whether, I'm sorry, I'll say again, that was a railroad abutment. I don't know the ownership. I'm assuming the railroad owns the entirety of
They
that.
do. We need their approval to have them painted.
The
Right,
bottom
but
line
that's
is
not
if it's
city
not
property.
public
oh,
property.
well, then that's not a public right-of-way. Then
Okay.
that would be.
Thank you. Okay.
That's a
Okay.
good
Yeah.
distinction. That would be included then
And
as a private mural.
so some of the right-of-ways, or I mean, some of the underpasses may not be in the zoning districts that we're talking about specifically. So I would want to consider calling out underpasses as a category where we may want to have murals. I can't think of like the underpass the one on Vine that you showed and the one on Bloom, both of which have murals, are both in residential areas.
Grace?
There's one in Brayside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very natural.
That's an excellent point.
So I would want to maybe add underpasses as an allowable location.
It
would have to be an exception.
Privately owned underpasses.
Because it's technically in the zoning district. That's what the council members pointed out. Not allowed in the zoning.
My suggestion is that we may be talking about a quantity that is so tiny that it would be easier to add that later after we get the basic
Add that later.
ordinance passed.
Right. Remember, we're not putting this, the proposal from Director Fontaine is not to put this in the zoning code. It would just be in our municipal code. That means it's relatively easy to amend. Does not require a public hearing by the Planning Commission. It does not require notice. We can put it on an agenda and make the change if a proposal comes along. And by the way, the 30-foot height, the number, all fall within that category. This is a relatively easy to amend ordinance if something comes along that is desirable for the particular council.
I will make a note of it to ask about it later.
Okay. So what is everybody's feeling regarding height?
I think
Aaron.
with what I know now, I would say we just have unlimited height.
I really like the idea of 30 feet for a year, check it out, in keeping with our community. But then I would want to revisit that specific point in a year.
Okay.
I don't think we need a height limitation.
No height limitation.
I think we need, I like Annette, councilperson Lidauer's suggestion, a 30-foot limit and revisit it in a year. And I want to throw in there that I actually know one of the people on the side of the cultural center is a friend of mine. I appreciate that mural very much, but I think we are not the city of Chicago, and there are urban design issues at play. This is a balance to it. It literally, it's on the side of a building. It is part of the urban design.
I'm comfortable with no height limit at this point. I don't think there are that many opportunities to exceed 30 feet. And when they present themselves, I think that could be an exciting opportunity to put in a mural.
Okay. So
What else are we?
So we've got 4 to 2 on.
They're up there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. So I've got 4 people in favor of
Right.
unlimited height. With respect to the neighborhood meetings, we're all in favor, I think, of neighborhood meetings. We see that as critical. But I think we would like to see that required within a shorter period of time. Are we thinking 2 weeks?
I think you would do 7 days minimum, 14 days max.
Instead of 15 to 30, change it to 7 to 14?
Yeah.
Yes. Got it.
I think that's reasonable. What else are we looking at?
I've got some other things that were added in as well, listed.
Okay, before I let you put your list in, I think one of the other questions is.
They're up there.
They're listed
Okay.
up there.
Oh, great.
Minimum duration?
Duration.
Duration of 2 years without alteration with exceptions. What is the feeling that everybody has about this?
So I'll start again. I think that's fine to leave up there. I do think in the future we should consider a couple things, and one is a rotating wall versus a mural. Maybe those are of different sizes. I think that would be a nice addition in the future. So I would leave that as is and look for that in the future.
I like the 2 years, but I would revisit that also.
I'm in agreement with that.
I don't like the 2-year minimum. I think there's a value to having things rotating sometimes.
Yeah, I think we're gonna regret putting a 2-year limit, because murals, like you said earlier, they just have different lifespans for different reasons. I'm very much against forcing the muralists and the property owner to stick to the 2 years.
I agree. I feel that 2 years is too onerous. I feel like a shorter time period would.
So I think, again, we have 4 to 2, 4 to 2, not having a 2-year limit.
Okay, 3.
Okay.
Wait, were you in favor of the limit?
No.
No, it's 3 to 3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
3 to 3.
Okay.
Wait. Okay.
no.
I'm against the
I'm
limit.
comfortable with the limit.
Okay.
I think you three were comfortable with the limit, and we were not.
Okay.
Right?
Well, you have to
It's a
see,
tie.
how it's a tie. You're going to, the ordinance as drafted has a limit. So if you're looking at it from a proposal that's on the floor, and I know there isn't one, the move to change it would not pass, so, but.
Okay.
So we're keeping the minimum.
Well, but
It's,
You may not get the ordinance passed.
I would change my vote to pass an ordinance. I do not see this as a
I don't think
super
it's a
critical,
deal breaker.
that's an opinion.
I would
Not a
agree,
deal
it's
breaker-
not,
deal
it's
breaker,
not
so-
critical. So we'll eliminate the 2-year,
I'm fine going either way.
okay,
Eliminate the 2 years, because we're keeping a running total here, got it.
okay. Maintenance. I mean, I'll
Yeah.
start on this. I certainly think the property owner has to maintain the art mural.
Yeah.
If the art mural is put up by a tenant of the property owner, that's with the agreement of the property owner. It's up to the property owner to say to the tenant, okay, you can put up a mural, but you got to maintain it. I'm not going to pay for the paint or the maintenance.
I think my question is who is making that decision, and I think the CAG group would be the right group to make that decision, but I don't know.
What?
The decision about
Who
whether.
makes the decision that it needs to be repainted, touched up, et cetera?
Oh,
Oh,
staff.
Yeah,
okay. That's great.
I think it needs to be enforced, it's just a matter, okay.
What that means is a question whether there's acceptable, if you will, and then there's not being.
and of course, there are some murals that may be designed to wear.
Or look as if they're wearing.
Right, worn.
Like faded jeans.
Then I would say it would be up to the property owner to maintain the mural, but I'm not sure that we should have a penalty for failure to do that.
Well, but then how else are we going to maintain
We
it?
have to enforce it.
Well.
I mean, the one thing I don't want to see is no enforcement. And I mean, one of the reasons for doing this is to enhance, but it's also so that we don't end up with weeds or things that are falling apart.
True enough.
And if we're requiring someone to get a permit, part of that obligation is to maintain whatever it is they're putting up on their building.
Can we have CAG give a recommendation in such a case? Because they're the artists, they would say, well, it's supposed to look like that, or it's not supposed to look like that.
I think there's no reason why not. I think
Well, it's
that-
just
that
gonna extend
belabors
the-
the enforcement process.
yeah, the delay. I mean, it'll be a delay
I
if
think it would
every
be easy
maintenance.
enough to put some basic requirements as to what maintenance means within the ordinance.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, whatever that language is, I think it falls on the shoulder of the property owner to make sure that it's maintained.
That part I agree with.
Okay,
But
so,
in conjunction with that
yes,
is what Councilmember Hubler said, which is about the building owner getting permission of the tenant, which Corporation Council said was something that could be added in.
Yeah.
I think that has to be in there.
I'm comfortable with
I
that.
agree.
And what Chair Bernstein said about the artist signing a release, because if it doesn't get maintained and the artist hasn't signed a release, that might make it difficult to remove. So the artist signing some sort of release might be important there as well, if that's.
I think that's an important question that came up, which is what happens to a mural if the building is going to be torn down? And I agree that I think there should be something in the code to address that definitively, so it isn't a question and doesn't lead to litigation.
There is a removal permission
Building is sold.
on a sold or substantially remodeled or altered.
Yep.
It supersedes it.
Yeah, but that's
Still need the
different. You
artist
still need
release.
the artist release.
Yeah. Just to play it safe, why
Yeah.
not?
I agree.
Just belt and suspenders.
Oops, sorry.
Yes.
I just I know you're going to look at the available language for what speaks to maintenance, but I mean, some basic things like peeling and chipping, I'm just putting that in the record there, that obvious signs should be at the minimum covered. Yeah, of disrepair, thank you.
And I have to believe that somebody in some code in one of these many cities has addressed this issue of maintenance, so I'm sure they will find some good language.
Okay. Yeah.
105, 160, maintenance of an art mural. Property owners are responsible for ensuring that the art mural, as approved by permit, is maintained in good condition, is repaired in the case of vandalism or accidental destruction. Muralists and property owners are encouraged to consider protective clear-top coatings, cleanable surfaces, and/or other measures that will discourage vandalism or facilitate easier and cheaper repair of the art mural if and as needed. That's just the maintenance of the art mural.
Yeah, but I quibble, yeah, thank you. I would quibble with consider. I would like to be a little bit more requiring. That instead of consider using that kind of paint, protective paint, that they will be required to do it.
So shall.
So
Are
I'd like to
strongly
know-
recommended.
You may want to determine consensus on that point, because when you discuss it as a committee, there was concern that that may become too expensive for muralists. So I'll do whatever you want, but tell me what your consensus is.
I think strongly recommended instead of consider.
So you would like it as it is?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't
No,
say
no,
strongly
no,
recommended.
no. I would like it stronger than as it is, but not as a requirement.
Not shall. Okay.
May.
What is
Do we
your
want may?
thought
Is
on
that the
that?
word?
I don't think
I
may
guess I
strongly.
would defer to, I mean, they're putting the mural up, they need to maintain it. I don't think we need to require, I'm afraid of the costs that are already associated with the large mural. And if they want to touch up later, then
How about we
that's their
put
choice.
strongly recommended?
I'm good with that.
I would be
Yeah.
fine with that.
I like the strongly recommended.
Okay.
And by the way, since it's going to be less than two, it doesn't have to be up to 2 years. They may say, okay, we're done, right?
Yeah.
Take it down, repaint it.
Okay. Removal.
But can I confirm that with the addition of strongly recommended, is the rest of the maintenance section acceptable?
Yes.
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 Once you
Yep.
heard it?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
got it.
So then these don't really apply,
Alterations.
do they? Because we've gotten rid of that 2-year limit, so that's got to be changed.
Yeah, I would just take it out. They have to apply for a new permit.
Just the fee.
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. I mean,
So you can
it
just
does
take out the
imply
2-year.
changes to the alterations and removal provisions, but I would say that you'd still want to have a new permit for an alteration. but
Allows alterations,
up to you.
comma, provided a new application is submitted. Just take up your phrase.
Does this even apply any longer since we're
It really
eliminating
doesn't.
the?
It should, it's
the
just,
duration?
we don't need to have any time element in these provisions, is what it is.
We've eliminated the minimum duration.
Right, but you do want to require any alteration to go through the permitting process.
Right, so that's why you just take out the caveat of the time
Just
frame.
limited the 2 years.
Right.
Right.
Eliminate the 2 years.
And then removal,
Allows removal without limitation, but requires notice to the city.
okay.
So you gotta
So-
get rid
so
of-
again,
Take
you
out
would-
the time limitation.
Take out the
Yep.
time.
And then just
I've got 2 more
removals
things on my list.
are allowed only if the property is sold or substantially remodeled or altered.
No, that doesn't work.
Yeah, you don't need that.
Did you want Corporation Council just to review the changes?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got 2 more.
I have,
Hold on just a minute. Councilmember Stone?
I had mentioned removing the prohibition on stormwater facilities. I don't know if people are in
Yep.
favor of that.
Done.
Out.
Was done.
Okay, and then the total number of murals, whether that's 15 new murals, is that temporary? If so, what's the time frame?
So I'll start again from my right.
I would want 15 new ones and a review after 2 years or a year.
I'm fine with 15 new ones, but I'd want review after a year. I really think we need to follow up on this and immediately and then even ongoing. But
Okay.
I'm good with that, 15 with review at a year.
Yeah, ditto.
15 new, yeah.
Yeah,
15 new.
15 new.
Review after a year.
Although, given the time, hang on one second, given the time frame of painting, like if we say a year from now, we're not going to be very far in painting murals.
That's okay. We'll get a good idea of how many people apply. Okay. Exactly. If we get 3 applications, it's not an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to address that point?
May I just interject? Thank you.
Director
So
Fontaine.
how about when and if the staff get a 15th permit request, that we come to council?
Boy.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's fine.
Okay.
Even better.
Automatically, that's good. So we know there's follow-up.
Well, so,
So if we get 15 applications in 6 months,
We know
we can revisit it and expand it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if we don't get 15 applications in
Yeah.
2 years, we don't.
We don't have to revisit
And those are
it.
new, because they're still applying for existing, but it's 15
and to
new.
be,
Yes.
to be clear on that, just so
We need
when
to
you
be
see
clear
the
on-
ordinance, that's not language we put in an ordinance. That's your direction to the city manager.
Right.
Yep.
That
Right.
upon your receipt of a 15th, you notify us.
Yes.
So it's separate, it's not going to be ordinance like.
Understood.
I really want the underpasses.
I like it.
If I could just clarify, new, I heard new. So
Yeah.
any of the legal ones that are out there do not count.
Correct.
That's
Okay,
correct.
Perfect. Just
So we
wanna
do need that change in the ordinance to make sure that the existing ones that receive permit do not count toward the 15s.
Yeah.
And can we say underpasses regardless of zoning district?
How about if we say
Can I-
underpasses are to be?
I had raised my hand.
Let's have a discussion in the standard way. Councilmember Stone.
I feel like I interrupted Councilmember Ross.
Oh, I thought you were making your initial
Oh,
request.
about underpasses. Yeah, I really want underpasses, so.
How about we say that they should be?
So if there's a way Corporation Council to put that in at this point, so we don't have to revisit it.
It would all, since we're considering it underpasses that are privately owned, then all we have to do is fix the zoning district language.
Okay.
Councilmember Ross.
Thank you. We're going point by point through these pieces, and I guess I just want, as somebody who, we're all here to represent the community, that there, we know from the last committee of the whole meeting, there are people who object to murals, and I do not. I do not object to them, but in fact, I'm strongly in favor of them. But, speaking to that 30-foot height limitation, I know we've voted on this already. I just wanted to say that we are allowing, barring, some of hateful language, we're allowing any mural there. And so in theory, in the future, we could have a 40, 50-foot mural that has something that the community finds highly distasteful, but isn't hateful. And it is just concerning to me that could we not, create this ordinance? There are things that we're looking at in a year from now, and have some protection in place, I guess. And I know we voted on it, but I just have to say that I feel like
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's noted. I do want to keep moving forward. It's getting fairly late. Have we addressed all of the moving parts? Councilmember Tapia, you wanted to say something?
I just, for the record, not for the moving parts, but, the mural advisory idea that, Chairwoman Bernstein recommended, I would like to revisit that later as part of a process, because there is a quality element to this. Like, she was recommending having a, let's call it Blue Ribbon or some group that gives expert advice to the artists and the property owners. You may want to consider this. They have no veto power. They don't say no, but they say, we are experts in art, contemporary art and murals, and we are here as your consultants or advisors. There's things to think about. So I don't want to factor that into the ordinance, but I would like to.
I want to try to get to passing or not passing an ordinance.
Really quick, I'll follow up on that. Are they allowed to go to the public meeting? Can CAG be notified of the public meeting so they can attend and provide feedback?
Yes, we indicated, absolutely.
I think that covers at least.
We included that.
Yeah.
That is in the code, that we will maintain a list, and that when we receive a permit application, when we get the meeting notice, we will inform all interested parties on that list, which will include CAG.
So unless there's something profoundly important that we haven't considered, I'd like to see if we can get to a motion.
I would like to move to approve with the changes that we've just discussed that Corporation Counsel will be adding to the ordinance. Is that enough, or do we need?
Why don't I
Yeah.
list this?
So can I say with the following changes?
Yeah.
I'll second.
A second.
Well, we want to hear the changes first.
And here they are. Hold on. All right.
And the answer is?
And so
Can we have a
the
5-minute
changes that we understood to be made tonight, and we do need to talk about the permit fee, but that'll be in a, let me mention that point. That this ordinance references a permit fee. Once this is passed, I would suggest you let us know what permit fee you're looking for, application fee, and then at your next agenda, we'll have an amendment to the annual fee resolution to include that permit fee. All right, the changes that were made, and I'm going in order of the ordinance, in section 105, 110, we are eliminating height. We are, in the zoning district section, we're adding an exception for privately owned underpasses, which would be in any zoning district. I eliminated, if you see an F, if you're following along with the ordinance, there was a commercial and advertising prohibition. It's redundant because it's already later. That change is more of a technical one. Moving on, we have in the number of permits, section 105.125, it's going to say 15 new permits, and we're going to exempt the existing murals. In the mailed notice, we're going to change it from 15 to 30-day notice to a 7 to 14-day notice. In the section 105, 155, we had a minimum duration of art murals. We're eliminating that section altogether. In the maintenance section, we're changing the word encouraged to the words strongly recommended.
Can I go back one, Steve?
Yeah.
105.145, there was just a typo in number 2 that referred to the local liquor ordinance. Did that get?
We fixed that already.
Okay,
All
thank
the
you.
changes, we fixed that already, and we fixed a comment that Councilmember Tapias had about the duration, the renewal and the duration.
Okay.
Did you have one before?
Yeah, back up, the 15 limit.
Yeah.
But that was for, revisited after a year.
No, we're.
That's a
gonna
direction
revisit
to the city manager. That doesn't go in the ordinance itself.
Oh, got it.
No, that's okay.
Then I had in 105.175, the prohibited murals. There's going to be 3 prohibited murals. One is the prurient interest, the other is the advertisement, and the third is going to be the language that I indicated concerning hate crimes. No art mural may contain any matter in writing or in fiction that incites imminent criminal activity or consists of specified threats of violence targeted against a person or group. Is there direction for me to see if the language about danger to children? I don't know that has passed.
As long as it's covered under the.
It's covered. Okay with
They're a
this.
group, right?
Fine.
Okay.
But weren't there changes to 170, 175 to remove the durations? Did you get those?
He's not there yet.
I'm not there yet.
He's only,
I thought you were at 175.
no,
I mean, 180.
145.
I'm on 105,
Yeah, 180. But 105, 170, and
105, 170 to remove all the reference to duration. I have that as a general comment throughout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I should have said that when I referred it to it the first time. And because there are a couple of sections for that. And I have a new section, prior to issuance of the permit, there has to be evidence of approval of all tenants of a building that has tenants at the time of the application. I want to make that clear in case a building has no tenants at the time, no approval is necessary.
Is that for, so when I had proposed that, I said commercial tenants? Are we wanting that to cover residential tenants as well? Like in a 30-unit building?
Theoretically.
Because that could really hamper the ability to do some apartment buildings. Because you could have one person who just shuts it all down. I think commercial tenants where it's affecting their livelihood is a big deal, but I was not proposing it for residential.
Okay. Is that?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Then I will make sure that that's commercial tenants. And then a new section concerning an artist release.
I think that covers everything.
Yeah, so you have a motion.
So, yes, so that was part of the motion. Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Right. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
Aye. 6 ayes, no nays. The motion passes. Yes?
Now, might I recommend that you consider entertaining a resolution or a motion directing staff to come back with an amendment to the annual fee ordinance for an amount for the permit, and a motion that you'll vote on to direct staff to come back to you once the 15th permit has been issued to revisit the ordinance.
Can you do that all in one?
That application fee is recommended at $75. This is comparable to the application fee for temporary seasonal right-of-way displays. It's a little bit higher than the special event permit of $60. Seems reasonable given what's involved.
It covers.
Do we have to get to the number tonight, or just?
I think that's
It would be in the fee resolution.
It'll be
have
in
to
the
come back
resolution in
anyway.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
We do have to come back
I
for your
really-
vote on it regardless.
Well, so if you're a student, you're going to charge them $75?
Yeah,
Be the owner.
the owner of the
To
building.
the school.
It's the owner.
What if
The owner of
school
the building,
pays
it's not
something
the
up?
artist.
What about the underpass?
Okay, let me just do this very quickly. I'm going to start again from my right because I like going that way.
I don't have an opinion right now on this
Okay.
one, on the fees.
That's de minimis. Frankly, I was thinking you were going to say something like 100 or 250.
I think,
So I'm fine with 75.
I was going to say 50.
50.
Oh, my God.
I don't really,
I,
either one, 50, 75.
my feeling about 75 is that it will cover staff time
Right.
and the efforts without being an oppressive amount of money.
Okay, 75 it is.
I don't know, low income, you know, I don't know.
It's being paid by the property owner.
Well, you made the motion, so put the number in and we can
Well,
vote
I'm not
and see
going
how
to
it
fall on the
goes.
sword on this one, so.
Okay. So it's for 75.
Yes, percentage. Yeah.
So
Free for schools?
what I suggest, make a motion to direct staff to come back with an annual fee ordinance at $75.
So moved.
Is it free for schools?
Could I have a second?
Second.
And that could be a voice vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And the next motion, so that you have this imprinted on your on your minutes, a motion to direct the city manager to return to the city council upon her receipt of the 15th application for a mural
So moved.
permit.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a
15th new.
second.
15th new.
New,
Right.
right. I just want to be,
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Both motions carry 6-0. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes,
Um,
Councilmember Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer
Yes.
Bloomberg. The question is, and again, recognizing that I'm new to council, if any piece of what we just passed, whether it's height or any other piece of this, I guess I should direct it to the table over here. We determine in a year that it's problematic. What would be the process for addressing it if any piece that we voted on?
Please let me know what your concern is, and this is just a matter we could put on a committee of the whole agenda for policy discussion. If we as staff find something problematic, we'll certainly bring it to your attention for policy consideration as well.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. I think everybody's exhausted.
Although
But
we're
I
almost
want to
done
keep
with
it
these two.
limited to
Yeah,
5
'cause we have
minutes.
one more item on the
Because we have one,
We
have
do?
2 more items.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
and they're nothing.
Okay.
Oh, that's not true. That's not correct.
Wait a minute, we have
The stormwater and Fort Sheridan.
1, 2,
Yeah, that's
3.
me.
The stormwater is two
Well, the
items.
Fort
All right, so-
Sheridan residents.
Just a moment.
Are waiting.
Oh,
Right. So,
You're still in a public hearing, by the way.
yes. My
Is it okay
inclination
to
is to
have a-
take a short break before we discuss these additional items. We're going to take a 5-minute break, recess. Please limit it to 5 minutes.
No, I can't.
Okay, we're going to come back to order. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I understand many of you are here to discuss item 14 on our agenda concerning parking in the Fort Sheridan area. So out of respect for you and thank you for being here so terribly late, we're going to move that up to the next thing on the agenda. Is there a presentation on this?
We can give a brief presentation, but included in the packet is the resident recommendation, which also includes the petitions that were circulated among the neighborhood. There's also a map of the existing as well as the proposed parking restrictions. And again, this is a recommendation for resident permit parking on specified streets, and only those that received more than 51% support by the impacted residents.
Okay.
There's a message from County Board Member Frank that we received by email, and I don't know.
Generally, we don't read these things into the record. The rules of public hearing that we adhere to are to allow 3-minute comments orally. We also accept emails, texts, phone calls, and we've had all of those on this issue on various elements of that, and everybody in the city council has had an opportunity to read these things. So we're not going to reiterate things that we've received in other forms of communication. I think what I would like to do is see if anybody on the city council has any thoughts about this that they'd like to share, or preferences or perspectives. Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion. Yes.
I just would like to remind council members to all please to turn their microphones back on. Some of you do not have them back on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no...
I'll speak.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
First of all, I think, me personally, I've heard the neighbors. I think there's an issue in this area, and as well as might be happening soon when the open lands open. I think we really need to look at what the root cause of this is and try to work through the whole corrective action of this, which is also in part restricting parking on the streets. I would believe, based on my experiences, that this is mainly a summer issue. I don't know how, I don't want to speak for everybody out there, but I feel we have some time to work on this to really get to the position where we can fix the neighbors' problems, but also not make this restrictive to the people who live in Highland Park who are not able to walk or bike to that area for whatever reason, so that they can use that, which means we need to find ways to get more parking, which is one of the things I think Congressman Frank has discussed.
County Board Member.
County Board Member, sorry, has discussed. So I would propose that my position would be we delay this and have something in place by May 1st next year. But I'm open to regulations. My biggest concern, though, is what is proposed, I'm afraid will hamper the ability of many people to use the facilities there.
Which extends not only to other residents of Highland Park, but also this is a facility that is appealing to a large part of Lake County and the rest of the state.
Correct.
Which I understand the burden of living next to that entails, and I think that's what you're trying to be sensitive to.
Exactly. I think I want to get to a place where there are parking restrictions in place, but I don't want to do it by making it where nobody feels they can go there, so they choose not to go there and enjoy this beautiful asset we have.
Understood. Anybody? Councilmember Ross.
I agree with that statement, and I think it needs more time. And I'd also like to say that one thing that felt missing from the packet through, I'm not faulting anybody in this, but that there wasn't a sense of it just said there are parking issues, but it didn't describe the parking issues in any detail. And I would like to know more. I think it speaks to what Councilman Hubler just said, need more information about what the issues are, and I too would like to revisit this.
Okay, Councilmember Tapia?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to acknowledge to the residents there that I know this has been a problem. I don't deny it's a problem. Saw your petition, saw the overwhelming majority of people that live in that area be supportive of it. This is a classic dilemma in that the rights or the convenience or, of one group is kind of in conflict or in balance with another group. And so whenever we hit that, you kind of look for root causes. I was like, what is the problem? I mean, right now the problem is you're feeling that you don't have a place to park, or sometimes maybe some behaviors that you might find uncomfortable by certain individuals. But then on the other side, we have a very large public space and facility that welcomes people from all over the area, and not only Highland Park and vicinity, but even from farther away. And I think we have an obligation and a responsibility to make that also easily accessible by the people that come from far away or nearby to have a place to park. So right now, it's a conflict, it's a dilemma, it's a paradox. So the root cause really seems to me that the ones that manage the property, which is Lake County, has not created enough parking. And so that lack of enough parking is spilling over into the residential area, and you're carrying the burden. And really, it's the burden of Lake County to provide enough parking. In talking with Lake County Board Member Paul Frank, he actually acknowledges that. And he indicated that, yeah, they're looking at some broader issues, not only the parking issues, but other things, but parking's included in there. But I feel that, to Council Member Hubler's point, and you may disagree, and we'd like to hear if you do, that we may have a few months here before the busy season to address this, but I would ask of the Lake County to make it a top priority to resolve the parking issue, because they do have space to expand the parking, and they might want to tie it into some broader changes they want to make, but I would emphasize the need to make this one of the first things that they resolve. So if that root cause can be resolved and greater parking happens at the location that is inviting everybody, then the theory here would be that then allows to put some restrictions on your streets, right? Because now we've accommodated them. And the parallel I will give is the work with Ravinia Festival, because Ravinia Festival does put restriction, kind of comparable to your situation, like all these people from outside, they come from far away, where are they going to park? But the city and Ravinia Festival have offered alternatives, right? There's free parking farther away, like downtown here. There's a shuttle, that's free. There's a train that's free. There's people that direct the traffic. There's signage, right? So we're accommodating the dilemma, right? The residents and their ability to live as they want and have some crowd control and parking access, and the fact that we are inviting people from all over because it enriches our city and we want people to enjoy it, and we provide an alternative. Right now, we put parking restrictions and no alternative, then we're creating a message, right, that people aren't welcome. And I know you don't want to do that. You just want, to be able to park your car in an easy way. And I think we have an obligation to say we want to address the residents' need. We want to be the welcoming community that we are. And philosophically, if we have this beautiful land that is in our footprint that we want people to visit, and they can't park, and then we make them park far away, and it's not an easy way to get to where they're going to go from a faraway parking, I think it's premature to put some restrictions, but I think we have to find a solution so we can meet your needs and the needs of the visitors, which come from either here or from far away.
Councilmember Stone.
Thanks. I understand the concerns of the neighborhood and appreciate you making us aware that there's littering and other behaviors not appropriate to a residential neighborhood that are going on here. I think we need to work together to figure out what the solution is, but we don't have any other neighborhood where we restrict parking on public streets day and night, every day of the year, and that's what's being requested here. As My colleague mentioned there's restrictions in other communities. One of our neighboring communities doesn't allow anyone who's not a resident of that community to go down to their beach, even on foot, and that's not very welcoming. Near Ravinia Festival, we've got parking restrictions, but that's only in the evenings during the concert season. There are parking restrictions near some schools that are limited to school days. I live near one of those schools, and there's benefits and downsides to living near these amenities. But I'm hoping we can come up with a solution that is going to address the root cause of these issues that the neighborhood is having without restricting people from reasonably parking on public streets day and night, 365 days a year. One suggestion that was recommended by our county board member, who I spoke with as well, Paul Frank, was to potentially enhance the signage about the nighttime parking restrictions that already exist and increasing the fines to deter people from some of the behaviors that we're trying to stop, because it sounds like some of these things are happening at night. People sneaking down to the beach and doing, there's just no good that can come of that. So I'm wondering we already restrict parking at night in Highland Park, so I'm wondering whether we can just enhance that signage and maybe up the fines and start ticketing better so that we can maybe stop that from happening.
Thank you. Councilmember Littleworth.
So mine is somewhat of a tweak. Fellow council members have said, I happen to live in the Ravinia area, so that parking is restricted on a seasonal basis where I live, so that from May 1st to September 30th, there is no parking by anyone other than residents unless you have a permit from a resident in that area. And I think because, and I've referred to this several times tonight in various things we've discussed, because there's precedent for it, I think a good way to start to begin to tackle this problem would be to put you in a seasonal type of permitting for now, while we request from the city and from the neighbors that Lake County come up with an answer to this, whether that's a more comprehensive study where they say, yes, we can put in parking in X, Y, and Z, but in the meantime, we give you some relief so that in a way, you are still going to be waiting for that relief come May 1st, if that's what we decide to go. But I think it's putting the cart before the horse. I'd like to give you the relief and come back and review it in light of whatever study the Lake County comes back with to see what they can come up with, because this is land that they did not plan well for. And I mean, it's not about pointing fingers, but we need to come up with a solution. And I think they've as much as admitted that they need help with this and they want to do something about it. You've just brought the problem to the fore, and I think that's a really good thing to have done. Frankly, I mean, again, it does need to be a balance, but the number one concern to me is that in your home, you need to be comfortable, you need to have access, and that's the number one priority. There are a lot of people whose kids now live in Highland Park, maybe moved into their homes when they moved up to the fort, so that they need to have access and to give their kids their permit. It's one thing, but it's another thing to have people coming from all over. On the other hand, there is the public enjoyment. This is a community that's very rich in these kind of beautiful facilities. But it's also not fair to compare it to Ravinia, which is a private enterprise, which then may, because it wants to bring people in, is willing to put forward free shuttles. I don't know that Lake County is willing to do that. So realistically, we have to know the players we're playing with. I don't think it's unfair, however, to ask them to come up with a plan for better parking and additional parking and to put these stipulations in place until such things come about.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you. And I agree with Councilperson Annette Lidauer. But my first question about this was the equity of, access to these amenities are a right of all of Highland Parkers. And, but at the same time, and I appreciate your conversations with the Lake County Board member, Frank, about the urgency of talking about additional parking, but that process is going to take a while. I mean, additional parking is going to take a long time, for them to debate and build. And I would be in favor of something seasonal that, alleviates the situation right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I've got a question for the neighbors, but maybe they can
Yeah,
incorporate this
I'm
when they.
going to open this up
Okay.
for public
Okay.
comment in a bit.
So when the neighbors make their public comment, my question is whether this is an issue of behaviors that are happening that are not appropriate, I'm just going to say it that way, or whether it's an issue of parking, not having enough parking on your street. Because I thought that it was an issue from reading the materials of behaviors that are happening in the neighborhood. So if that's wrong, when you make your public comment, can you just clarify that?
Councilmember Tapia?
Yeah, some of my colleagues are making sense, reference to a seasonal pass, but I'm unclear what the season would be.
May 1st through September 30th.
Okay, so that actually makes the problem worse for the visitors, because that's the busiest time.
It's also the busiest time, though, when people may have their families over.
Rather than having a colloquy, let's.
Well, I needed clarity.
I understand that. There are some other suggestions, but I think at this point, if anybody who is interested in this particular item would come up to the podium, state your name and where you live. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes each.
No address.
I don't need your address, but if you just generally tell me what town you're from, I have an idea. If you simply agree with what's been said before you, it's fine to just say that as well. I think we all appreciate that, too. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for having us. Thank you for hearing us and hearing our concerns. My name is Kristen Jo Shear. I am the lead resident volunteer on this project, and it's been about 2 years in the making at this point, and the pain has been great. I appreciate the question as to what really is the root of the problem, because it's a multifaceted problem. There is not enough parking. That is true. And so at this time, Lake County is requiring that residential streets become overflow parking lots. What happens is a safety concern that we have, and that's our second pillar in Highland Park, public safety. Cars come zooming in, they race around the parking lot. This weekend, for example, the parking lot was completely full by 9 a.m. I live on Leonard Wood North, so I'm very close to where you make the turn to go to the beach, and we feel a lot of the pain. People speed through, they whip around the parking lot, it's full, they speed out, and then they're whipping around looking for a place to park their car. Then comes the behavioral part. When they leave the beach, and we don't want to restrict anyone from utilizing Lake County Forest Preserve. It's a beautiful place. We have no issue with people utilizing it. We just don't want to be their parking lot. So when they leave, if they parked in front of our homes, and that's the first place they park, oftentimes, many times, by the time they get to their car, they go, oh, I have my trash. I don't want to take it with me. And then we have to clean up their trash. And you saw in the materials, it gets disgusting. There's drug paraphernalia, there's dirty diapers, there's pregnancy tests, there's food, alcohol containers, there's used needles, there's just about everything imaginable, bloody clothing. And so we would like relief. We went into this saying 24/7 because it was the easiest thing to understand and the easiest thing to enforce. We also believe that we would have some dialogue and that it would probably likely become more seasonal. May 1st is probably too late to begin. On a nice day, the parking lot fills up early, and that's all summer long. On Christmas Day, if it's beautiful weather, it's full, and they're parked in front of our homes. Our families can't park in front of our home. And, families bring their children, they might be bringing gifts, they might be bringing food, and they have to schlep it how far? So, yes, it is a parking issue. We need help with the parking issue, and we need help working with Lake County Forest Preserve, but we also need your help in providing us relief. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
My name is Shelley Costabile. I've lived in the fort for 2 years, and I have the unique and rather unfortunate perspective of living right on the corner of Gilgare and Leonard Wood North. As Joe pointed out, when they come out of Gilgare, whether they see the sign and proceed west on Leonard Wood North to the designated parking, or they don't see the sign because it is inconspicuous, or they see the sign and choose to ignore it, my house is ground zero for, they'll turn right and park right there. And then it will continue down as in front of many of the other neighbors' houses who are here. So my first comment is that had I known not only the volume of the parking, but the amount of, I'll just call them unfortunate incidences that I would have witnessed, I would not have bought this property in Highland Park. It's sad to say, it's a beautiful, special place. I absolutely don't want to limit it, but I want to be a steward of the fort and of the preserve. And I've seen too many people, 100% based on my opinion and my observations, the people who disrespect the fort and the preserve are not residents. Now, talking about a non-resident restriction, I guess my thought was, of course, all Highland Park residents should be allowed. I don't know, what kind of parking sticker or whatever, that might entail. But the people who come and do all these things, last summer, I know it's a part of public record because I had to call the Highland Park Police Department. I was awakened at 10 o'clock on a Sunday night to banging. The metal gate was shut to the preserve. A caravan of 4 cars somehow got into the preserve illegally and, were apprehended. Highland Park Police and then Lake Forest County came. Due to the noise, and it was a 2-hour procedure, I stood there and watched the whole thing unfold. That kind of disrespect happens not only during the summer months, it is still continuing into the fall. It's going to be popular there through October. The current weekend-only weekend holiday restriction is not enough. There are weeknight groups of kids going down to the beach with pizza boxes and alcohol. I've given them trash bags and tried to be nice. I just said, please don't litter on our beach and in my yard. Not everyone is an offender. Of course, the majority of people who come there want to respect and appreciate this beautiful place. But the fact is, it's the few who are ruining it for the many. And so the parking is an issue, but these unfortunate incidents are my biggest problem with it. And I'm right there in the corner, and I get it all. In addition to the gate incident, I see people come out of the preserve with bouquets of cut flowers. I was so happy to see it in the sustainability plan. Like, we want these native plants and pollinators there, and people are cutting these flowers that are then not going to propagate and not go to seed and not going to be there for the rest of us to enjoy. I just don't get why you would walk into a beautiful place like that and do something like that. Not everyone does it. Most people respect it, but the few who just are not choosing to be good stewards are who I don't want in front of my house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Frank. I'm a resident of the fort for 3 years, and I'm also part of the Parking Commission and a board member for the Master Homeowners Association for Fort Stewart. In my time on the board, we've heard repeated complaints from homeowners about issues caused by visitors who are using Fort streets as overflow parking for visiting our beautiful beaches. I have no interest myself in, and I don't think anybody that you'll hear speak about this has any interest in restricting access to these beautiful preserves. The issue is that our community is being used as overflow parking for Lake County Forest Preserve properties. And we do not see them moving quickly on the issues that have been raised to them for years. This has been going on for years. It predates my moving to the fort. The first year I lived in the fort was the first year of COVID, 2020, where everybody kind of was looking for outdoor activities. So everybody descended on Fort Sheridan. So we have the Fort Sheridan Forest Preserve, and at that time, Open Lands was also open. So the fort was a complete circus on weekends. Like, I planned my days around when I felt safe leaving and coming home because of so much traffic, bicyclists, pedestrians, whatnot. It's kind of scary to have to navigate all of those different elements to try to just get home with your groceries. Also, where I live, we do happen to have permitted or allowed overnight parking. And so through no effort on my own to police this, but I've seen on multiple occasions cars full of teenagers who pull up in front of my building into the slanted parking on Leonard Wood South get out of their cars, and then go off on foot across the parade grounds to the preserve. They think they're parking in a place they're allowed to park, and then they're going to go slip into the preserve either over the fence or whatever. I've also seen cars park in front of my house, and they leave their lights on, they sit in their car, they play music, and they're doing drugs, or they're just hanging out with their friends at night, not realizing or appreciating that there's homes right there. And I know that you'll hear from other homeowners who have seen other less than savory things happening in vehicles in front of their homes. So the issue here is one of balance, right? We do want people to come and enjoy our beautiful community, but we're being disproportionately impacted by the popularity of these preserves, and we need Highland Park to help our community work with Lake County Forest Preserve District to come up with some solutions, because I agree with you, this probably isn't a perfect solution to the problem, but it's the only one that we have right now. And whatever Lake County decides to do in terms of creating additional parking is going to take years. I mean, the prior renovation and the new parking lot they have there now, that took years to complete. So this isn't something that's going to get solved in the next couple of months or even in the next year. So we need temporary relief for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Jody Burns, and my husband and I have lived in Highland Park since 1980. And we lived in the Ravinia area, so I know about the Ravinia area. We lived there until 10 years ago, and then we moved to the fort. So I think in Ravinia, they handle it very well, just like you guys all described. Here, it is not being handled well. I was on the Master Association board when Lake County was redoing that parking lot. And there were many of us that went to the Lake County Forest Preserve meetings, after meetings, after meetings, and that was Paul Frank's predecessor was there. And what we specifically complained about was when you're redoing this, do not reduce parking. They reduced the parking. They said, okay, we'll reduce the parking, but we're going to ensure that people park on the busy times. We're going to ensure that they park in that Lake Forest parking lot that's on Sheridan Road right in front of the fort. That was a failure. That hasn't happened. And if they're saying, if Lake County Forest Preserve is saying that this is going to take time to resolve, this is something that came up before they redid the whole preserve back there. So this is not something new. This has not just happened. They said that this would not be a problem and they would handle it. And this was, I don't remember how many years ago, 5, 6 years ago. And it's been 5 or 6 years now. So we're saying as residents that we want to do something ourselves because you haven't done something. So that's what I want to say, and I didn't want to repeat all of the other things that everybody has already said, but that is a safety issue in front of our house as well, which is Leonard Wood North.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Henderson. I live in Fort Sheridan. My husband, David. We have 5 children. The problem is, it's a number of things. It's parking, it's traffic, and it's safety. The traffic is very heavy during the seasons where people want to come visit the fort and look at our beautiful open lands. It gets pretty reckless. There's so much. There are people that are looking for parking spots. They're stopping. I've seen people make U-turns. Sometimes there's somebody waiting for a parking space. They're double parked. You have bike riders coming in the opposite direction. It really creates a very dangerous traffic situation. Young people, older people, everybody's regularly speeding through. So many times I've seen just cars that are just ripping through the neighborhood, and there are young children in our neighborhood. That's an issue. Also, as far as parking is concerned, we have people parking in front of our house doing all sorts of things. I've seen hanky-panky in the back of the car. I've been shocked. Right in front of my house, I've seen bare butts. This is not something you want your children, I don't want to see it, but you sure don't want your young child, your 13-year-old, walking her poodle to have to face that. Regularly, all summer and even in the winter, people park on the loop. I don't know how they're getting down. They walk through people's properties, private properties, backyards, to access the beach. There are signs that say no access. It doesn't help. I see this daily, several times a day. I can look out of my front window, and usually 3 times a day, I can see people just parking their cars, cutting through the neighbor's yard, and going right down to the beach with all their equipment, their coolers of beer, their beach towels, and everything. It's a combination of problems, and I really do feel that it's a safety problem for us. We're not respected, and something, we do need a solution, and we need it sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting us come tonight. My name is David Henderson, and I live in the Highland Park section of the town of Fort Sheridan. I'm also the president of the Master Homeowners Association for about the past 5 years. And these issues we're talking about are the number one thing that I hear about from residents. People are really upset. And I don't want to reiterate, everything they said is true, and it's even more than what they said. These are all very nice people, don't even like to come and say things like this about their, community. But, Councilperson Ross, I think somebody mentioned about parking. There is, what Jody said is exactly right. I was at all those meetings with the Forest Reserve, and they did not listen to us at all. It was very poorly managed. But the bottom line is they didn't build enough parking. And the Open Lands Preserve, I think they have a space is for 12 people. And some weekends we have both sides of Patton Road from our tall 6-story condominium building all the way down to the roundabout in the middle of the Navy housing. Both sides. No sidewalks, bicycles screaming down there, kids walking, everybody's car doors are opening, kids are getting in and out, people are trying to squeeze through. It's chaos. It's not all day, every day, but it's more often than not in nice days when you want to be out and everybody, likes to enjoy a nice day. But we do have a lot of parking options that people choose not to use. The trailhead off of Sheridan Road leads right into the trails, goes right to the beach. The one by the Shears house, that does get filled up right away. That one is very, very popular. That was the one that they had proposals to make bigger but chose not to. And we have the train station parking lot, which is empty most of the weekends, and it's free parking right there too. And
can I ask a question?
Let him finish.
Doesn't bother me. Go ahead. I don't mind.
Yeah, it's related.
Pause that. Great.
Yeah, the issue about the train station caught my attention, and the fact that it's empty most weekends. So, if people were to use it, and I know I'm asking you to guess, so I'm not going to host it. If people were literally parking there, would that address, to the best of your ability, the volume of parking needs?
Yeah, I think that's about the size part. See, I think that's part of the problem with saying Lake County is going to handle it. Lake County would have to pave 2 acres of the preserve to handle the parking, and they don't want to. They don't want to do that. They love their preserve too. It pains them to pave it. I can tell.
And a follow-up question, sure. Just because you know the area, how long does it take to walk from that train station?
There's a slide of the parking at the fort. Is that?
That's right here.
See that? I can show you.
I want to say like
10 seconds.
5 minutes.
Page
Probably from
527.
This is fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
All right, so you've got parking where
It's way off the screen, though, isn't it?
The
Oh,
parking
it's
lot
here.
is right up in here. And
right here.
the entrance to the forest preserve part of the fort
That's
is
the tree.
right there. All you have to do is cross Sheridan Road.
That's not bad.
So you go, so the parking lot is there, you have a gas station on the corner, and then there's Sheridan Road, and then you just, they walk, I mean, lots of people walk there and bicycle there, and it's free parking. And we, you know.
I'd like to let Mr. Henderson finish his
Oh,
remarks.
yeah.
I appreciate your answering the questions, so.
Sure, no, that's why we're here. But there is a lot of parking options. People, you know, it's not like they're filling up the lots and then coming in. They're coming in to park in front of our homes because it's closer. It's more convenient. They don't want to do it. And if you take a look at the map, I'm sure it's in all your packets, there's a lot of parking restrictions the city of Highland Park has put in place already where there's no parking in Fort Sheridan for anybody, resident or otherwise. So when you look at all the streets, you have to subtract more than 50% of the curbside frontage to come up with the available parking frontage. So, you know, it's a really serious issue for all the reasons that you've heard tonight. And, you know, your suggestion of a seasonal, any relief would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Can I
You had a question?
before he, yeah,
Yes.
Before you walk away. If
You're very
there, so,
popular
the library has had parking issues.
This library right here?
This library right
Yeah,
here.
sure.
And there's all this parking over here, right, which is generally available at the times when, you know, on weekends and evenings, same thing, right? When they need additional parking at the library. So they've put up a sign that directs people, so people make the loop, see that there's no parking available, and there's a sign that says there's more parking over there. There's not a sign like that currently at
No,
the fort,
we've
right?
asked.
I
Okay.
appreciate that you want to say something. We're going to try to keep this as an organized meeting. If you want to address us, you're more than welcome to come up. Otherwise, we can chat with you after the meeting, although I know how much you don't want to stay here much longer.
So there's no such sign, or there is, but it's, okay. So that's an option to add that sort of a sign to direct people there in conjunction with some other parking.
Well, sure. I just,
Okay.
you know, we use the library, and we're familiar with the parking, you know, situation. I just think it's not necessarily the fairest comparison, because when people are coming into the fort, it's, you know, they're coming to have a good time. You know, they're going to the beach, they're watching the birds, they're doing whatever they like to do. It's, you know, so they're, you know, usually planning on staying for a really long time, making a day out of it or a half a day or whatever. So you know, people like to park as close as they can. You know, we've seen, they'll drop off 4 or 5 people with coolers and blankets and then drive around looking for some ways to park close to the drop-off point. You know, you can, from their point of view, it makes a lot of sense, right? You know, all I want to do is get to the beach. I don't want to go over, you know, in a, you know, paved parking lot. I can just park here in front of these people's house.
Okay.
But, you know, so that's what, you know,
Thank you.
the mindset seems.
Hi, my name is Paul Shear, live at 145 Underwood North. My wife Jo did a lot of work on this, and I want to reiterate something that is very poignant here. Please look at the statistics of the residents on Leonard Wood North. It's very important that you look at that. The majority, 85% of people want restrictions, only because people don't have the ability to control this situation at all. So we're asking you to help us for some relief, because it truly is a safety issue now. You know everything that's been happening down there. You know what's going on, and you have to act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. So did you want to say something?
Once it's time, once you open up for all of us to comment.
Well, I think that's where I'm headed
Okay.
right now.
Yeah, I have
So if you want
something.
to
Yeah.
lead us off, go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, first of all, thanks for enlightening us. You know, the stories that you told didn't really come through in the same visceral, detailed way that give a picture of what your lives have been. So I appreciate also your love for the nature and really sensitivity to people wanting to have a good time there. So you're not trying to prevent that, but you feel that it's really, you know, it's not only a parking issue, which that was what I absorbed when I first read the stuff, but now I see it's also a lifestyle issue and even a safety issue. You know, usually when these dilemmas happen, you have to then start thinking alternative. What are the alternatives? And one thing that just came up here was the Metro parking lot. You know, so it's not impossible. It's inconvenient. You know, it's a longer walk. If you want to do drop-off, now you have to go farther, so we're not denying that. But the flip of it is it's inconvenience for you with the parking issues and also the behavioral things. So I see that the parking lot could become the alternative until the Lake County figures out what to do. I think the system has to work. One of my colleagues talked about signage. You know, let's direct people to the parking lot. You know, say, hey, you're on Sheridan Road, don't even try to park inside because you won't be able to. It's permit parking, but here's where you go. Here's the park. In fact, it's just say parking for, or overflow parking, whatever you want to call it, but signage is going to be very important. Because once people come into for Sheridan, I didn't know there was a parking at the metro station. I mean, I didn't know, and I live here, right? I didn't even think about that until you pulled it out. So I think signage is key, and I think greater law enforcement, and I know they're stretched. I want to be very careful about what we ask of them. We need the police chief and the sheriffs of Lake County to kind of maybe, what is it that they can do to enforce more without assuming we know the answer to that? But I think maybe greater enforcement, and some of my colleagues also mentioned, or some of you, to greater fines, make it more costly for, you know, trespassing or violating the parking restrictions if there is any. So I think we got to put a collection of things together, not simply say, oh, there's a metro parking lot, let's just restrict your street, without helping and guiding and enabling and supporting the visitors to make it as easy as possible for them to find the parking they need and know what to do. So we can't expect that they will know unless we're signaling them. It's just like we do here at Ravinia. Here's the free parking. It's up, you know, a mile and a half. Okay, fine. But we help them, right, get back and forth.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank
and
you.
then
Wait,
Littlewer.
I'm next, right? No?
No, I think Stone, and then Littlewer, and then you.
I thought I raised my- So the Metro lot and the other lot that's across from the Metro lot, are those owned by Metro, by Lake Forest, by Highland Park, by Highwood, do you know?
The train station owns the Metro lot. I believe Lake Forest owns the lot across the street from there.
I'm going to restate that just so it's on the microphone, so that we have it in for accurate.
If you would come to the podium to answer it, that would be helpful.
So do you want me to just?
So we believe that, Lake Forest owns the lot that is
Immediately
across. Are there two Metro lots? The Metro owns the train station lot. There's a separate lot that's across the street.
To the north.
On the north side.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the corner of Sheridan Road, that we believe is owned by Lake Forest. Yes.
Okay, so
Highwood train station on the other side of Elm Street, so you have two
Yes.
train station
Right.
parking lots,
Right.
one on each side of Elm.
Yeah. If we could put the map back up.
And there's also that lot, the other side of Starbucks, which I think is sort of part of the train station lot, but maybe that's part of Highwood.
Highwood.
That's Highwood, yeah.
So, okay, so,
Sorry, then you have the other trailhead cemetery lot.
right, further north.
Right.
Within the forest reserve.
Right.
So,
Okay, so what I'd like to ask is if staff could talk with Metra and our neighboring municipalities to see whether they would be amenable to adding some signage to the lots themselves, and also to talk with our county board to see if the county board could add some signage in the lots, all of the lots within Fort Sheridan. So that includes the two, I believe there's 2 lots for the Forest Preserve at the north end, the cemetery one, and then the one off Gilgare. But maybe also some signage at the lots from the property that used to be open lands, the one on Patton Road and the one over on Walker, just so that if people start at one and find there's no parking and they want to go to another one, or they want to go from one section to the other section, they know, hey, this is where you can go and find easy parking. And then that I think would be the first step. I think the night parking issue, to me, is a problem. You're talking about people parking in front of your homes at night and doing who knows what in their cars. I know we have other areas where night parking is allowed, but it is often permit only for residents where night parking is allowed. So is it possible to make those areas permit parking for residents at night? Sure. And so if that's something that others are amenable to, I would recommend that. And then the other step I would say we should consider is some sort of a meeting with Lake County. And I don't know whether that's a staff meeting, whether neighbors should be there, whether it's a council meeting with our county board member present, but in some way, I think we need to sit down with the neighbors and with some representatives from the county. I was at those meetings whenever it was 5+ years ago, as well, when they were talking about reducing the size of that parking lot. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, what? Really? And so many of us were there saying, you can't reduce the size of this parking lot. And yet they chose to do so. That was a previous administration of the county board. There are new members now and new leaders at that level. So perhaps they have some ideas of how they want to address the parking issue. And I think we should bring them into the conversation.
Can I just add something about Lake County? I'm sorry.
At the moment, I'm going to take comments from the city council.
Okay.
Thanks. Councilmember Littlewood.
Okay, I came here tonight fully wanting to give you an olive branch and cut the baby and give you your seasonal permit and make it akin to what I described to you, which, by the way, is evening. It's full seasonal. It's day and evening for that period. And after hearing this, first of all, 80% of you in your surveys came out one way. It sounds like you've tried to tackle this problem for 5 years. It doesn't sound like anybody's listening, like you've gone to every single route. I like the alternatives that my fellow council members have suggested in terms of signage, but I also know human nature. And human nature is you go where it's easiest. And so if there's a spot at the lot, and I've driven around 3 times and I couldn't find one, okay, I'm going to go to the lot. But if it's permit only required and people are getting tickets because they can't park on your street, then they'll go to the lot where the signage says they should have gone to begin with. So frankly, I've been converted over, and I think that we should give these people some relief. And while we should check into all of this stuff, we should move forward with permit parking that's all the time. And it's not exclusionary, because there is parking there that the public can go to, but they shouldn't be disrupting your home life. So I'm done.
Councilmember Ross.
More or less, everything's been said, but to me, this comes close to being a no-brainer. I mean, maybe nothing's a no-brainer. There's always, mitigating issues, but having heard about the available parking at the train station, and what frankly somewhat hellish experience that you are describing, it seems to me that's our solution for right now. And we can, in this process, I mean, that's my view anyway, in this process, I would be in favor of signage that's directing people to the available, legal parking spots, permitted parking for residents in these affected areas, and simultaneously moving along with discussions with the Lake County Board, about longer-term solutions. But this just seems unfair to me.
So I'm going to weigh in. I've heard everything that my fellow council members.
I'll go after you, that's fine.
No, go ahead.
Okay, either way. I'll just go back to my initial statement, which was probably an hour ago. I don't think we're going to solve this tonight. I think this is a comprehensive problem that needs to be addressed. We don't even know if we can park in the Metro lot. I mean, I live a couple blocks away from the Ravinia lot, and most of the times I can't park. So we're saying we think and this, and we're asking questions. We really don't have the answers, in my opinion, to actually do this. Now, can we create a parking ban? Sure. But we really don't know, at least I don't feel we know all the implications and all the what's really going to happen here. So I would really suggest we bring this back to staff and have an answer. I also do think that the really rough season is for the most part behind us. And even by the time we would be able to get signs up for a permanent parking ban, I think we have a little more time here. But I do think it's been pointed out, will probably happen a little sooner than May 1st. So I would suggest we have this fully wrapped up by March 1st.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing before you're?
No, I'm going to go ahead and chime in now, and I'm going to try to move us towards a resolution one way or the other if I can. I've heard everything that has been said. I've lived in Highland Park since 1962. Your situation is problematic, but it is not unique. It happens around many of our beaches and public parks, and it's unfortunate, and schools. What I've heard tonight is less of a parking problem than a behavioral issue, and I don't think it's going to be solved by a parking ban. You're still going to have misbehavior of people coming and going from that area, and you live near that area. I grew up near the lake, near the Ravine Drive Beach and Ravine Drive. We saw a lot of that activity on and off over the years. Some of that is policing and reporting these things. We have a very responsive police department, as some of you have found out. It can be extremely unpleasant at times. I do agree it is an issue that needs to be addressed. I'm not sure that it is a parking issue, and I'm also convinced it's not an issue that we're ready to solve tonight. So those are my 2 cents. If somebody would like to make a motion.
I'd like to move that we put parking permit required for residents in the areas that were requested in the emails and the notices, and that along with that, we put that it be revisited within a year after talks and negotiations and study with both Metro and Lake County in terms of determining what other areas can be used for public parking, but we move for a full restriction now.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Stone?
So I agree that we shouldn't be voting on this now. I agree with Councilmember Hubler and Presiding Officer Bloomberg. I think that we need to get some answers about whether we can use these other parking lots before we put these restrictions in place. I think we're towards the end of the season, and so hopefully things will calm down a bit over the next few weeks, or within the next few weeks, and we can come back hopefully at our next meeting and hopefully earlier on the agenda, and have another conversation and try and resolve this. So I would vote against that motion.
Councilmember Tapia, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to say we would not be able to put this on for the next agenda because it would mean we have to wrap everything up this week.
Right.
Okay.
So a future agenda.
A future agenda would be great. Yeah.
Councilmember Tapia.
Well, first of all, do we know the answer to the Metro parking lot? Is it parkable? Because we're assuming that we don't know, but do we know?
It's open to the public. So right now, we have a motion on the floor, and I'd like to.
But that will affect my vote.
I understand that.
Knowing if there's no answer, that's one thing. If there is an answer, that
It is free, the Metro parking lot is free on the weekends.
on weekends.
Yes.
Okay.
So during the week, someone would have to pay.
Any further debate or discussion?
I have a question
Sure.
or clarifying question, I guess.
Councilmember Ross.
Yes.
Presiding Officer.
Fire away.
I'm not familiar enough with how we do these kinds of votes. We can't predicate a vote on the availability of parking. You can't do it that way.
So at the moment, there's a motion and a second that has to be voted on.
Okay, sure.
You can seek an amendment to it, which may be accepted or rejected by the movement and the
Yeah, I
second.
did make the second, yeah.
So you can withdraw your second if you wanted.
Or she can vote for it.
Or you can vote for it.
I think I was asking the question, I'll stick with my vote to see how this plays out.
Okay. So let's call the question and call the roll, if you would, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ross,
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler,
At this point, I have to abstain.
Councilmember Tapia,
Yeah, I'm going to say no, but not because I don't believe in your situation. I just feel I don't have enough information to declare that I am in favor of the ban. I need to make sure the alternatives that we're looking for are available. So,
Councilmember Littler,
Aye.
Councilmember Stone,
No, for the reasons that I stated. I need more information.
Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
And I'm going to vote no because I don't think this strikes an adequate balance. I'm interested in some sort of restriction, but not a complete ban and not without some sort of offset. So that's 3 noes, an abstention which votes with a no, or is that a no?
Well,
It's irrelevant.
it doesn't matter. 4 affirmative votes were required, so
Okay.
the abstention wouldn't count.
Okay.
The motion fails.
Okay, so the motion
So
fails.
3-2.
Motion fails 3-2 with 1 abstention. Is that
That's
a
correct.
correct count?
That's
Okay.
perfectly put.
Does somebody else want to draw another motion?
I would make a motion that we get the information that we've requested from city staff regarding alternative parking areas,
That's just a direct.
and that this come back to a future, so I guess I'm motioning to table this to.
Not-
to-
No,
It's
you're-
just a directive.
You're moving
Okay.
to direct staff to
Direct staff.
research and come back at the next possible agenda.
Yeah, that's my motion.
Can I add to that?
You can try.
See if I can succeed. I really just want, I want the staff to, give us a comprehensive plan of what you think the best solutions are with everything on the table. Like, even would it help to make it a one-way street? Would it help to have speed bumps? Would it help to, I want all that research done and to look at, and, whether it's interviewing people or whatever it is, a comprehensive plan of how we can improve the parking, traffic situation, buses, et cetera. A real comprehensive plan that we can make a decision on.
So can I update my motion? That we want
All of
the
that.
staff to do that additional research and also come back with a recommendation to address what Councilmember Hubler suggested, and I would include enforcement in that list of things.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Will you call the roll, please?
Hold on. Can you back
Yeah,
up a second, just to say?
You have a question?
That, yeah, can this be done at the light speed? I don't know, just as
We
as
said
fast
early
as.
as possible.
Yeah, we said it as soon as possible.
Oh, you did say
Yep.
that, okay.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ross,
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler,
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littler,
Aye.
Councilmember Stone,
Aye.
Presiding Officer Bloomberg.
Aye. 6 ayes, no nays. This will be heard at the next possible moment with full information and recommendations. Thank you all for,
Earlier on the agenda.
and earlier on the agenda. Thank you all for coming. I'm sorry you forgot to bring your pillows.
And snacks.
Thank you.
Can I move to adjourn? Oh, no, we still have, no, we still have.
We still have a public hearing, and we have 2 other items to get through.
Right,
And so we're going to plow forward at this point.
okay.
It's okay, I have nothing to
You
say.
opened the public hearing at
I've-
13, now you can do 12.
Okay. So 12 is consideration of an ordinance amending Article 18 of the City of Highland Park zoning ordinance of 1997 as amended regarding stormwater management, wetlands protection, and floodplain regulation.
And you may just want to ask anyone in the audience if they want to be heard of this.
Does anybody wish to be heard? Ron? Director Van? No. Does anybody wish to discuss this? Does anybody want a presentation? Okay.
Close the public hearing.
I'm going to close the public hearing. I declare, I will now entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call the,
Voice vote.
Oh, it says roll call. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 6 ayes,
10 o'clock, no roll call.
no nays. The ayes have it, 6-0. Thank you. The city council will now consider an ordinance amending Article 18 of the zoning ordinance to incorporate the July 11th, 2023 Lake County amendments to the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No? Thank you. Would you call the roll, please?
Aye.
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 Our ayes are good.
6 ayes, no nays. The motion passes. Please do.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 6 ayes, no nays. We are adjourned.
Now we got to go in the other room.
We need a whole-
We have adjourned.